Another day in suburbia, same old script on the TV screen. Do you ever feel like you're just a walk-on in somebody else's dream? Hey! Wake up in the morning to the alarm clock live, billboards preaching gospel from the suits up high, chemtrails in the sky like graffiti from hell, while the radio's pumping out the stories they sell. Daddy's little war on the evening news, kids on pills cause the system's got the blues, living in a puppet show, strings tied to the bank. Another generation sinking in the tank. Warning signs flashing but nobody reads. Plugged into the feed while the whole world plays. The world's a stage and we're the clowns. Conspiracy cities burning it down. Illuminati bastards hiding in the crowd, pulling all the strings while we scream out loud. Another cog in the machine gone rogue. Middle finger to the kings on their golden throne. The world's a stage, yeah, we know the deal. Time to smash the set and make it real. Flat earth tattoos on the trailer parkings, aliens on the payroll pulling everything. Chipped up like cattle in the checkout line. False flag fireworks every single time. Suburban rebellion in a cul-de-sac rage. Mom and dad asleep on the American stage. Echo in the mall where the zombies shop. Wake up, make this bullshit stop. Red alert sirens in the quiet night. They're coming for your mind, better put up a fight. The world's a stage and we're the clowns. Conspiracy cities burning it down. Illuminati bastards hiding in the crowd, pulling all the strings while we scream out loud. Another cog in the machine gone rogue. Middle finger to the kings on their golden throne. The world's a stage, yeah, we know the deal. Time to smash the set and make it real. Welcome to the breakdown of society, where the truth is treason and the freaks run free. No more holidays in the police daydream. Light the fuse, let me hear you scream. The world's a stage, tear the curtain down. Conspiracy cities coming for the crown. Illuminati running but they can't escape. With a warning shot on the mixtape. No more holidays in this fascist groove. Wake up motherfuckers, we got nothing to lose. The world's a stage and we're stealing the show. Burn it to the ground, let's go, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Hello. I'm pretty sure my audio is good. I haven't messed with it at all. So if you don't know history, by the end of this video, you will. You'll probably want to direct people to this video. There's going to be a lot in here you've never heard before. This is one of my more serious videos. The predictions videos are all based off date sequence predictive analytics and calendrics. And if you don't know what calendrics are, you're going to find out in this video. You're going to see demonstrations of it. You're going to see. I've done some really compelling presentations in the past where I showed how the drops of the vaccine and different things that Pfizer has done with the U.S. government, unrolling Operation Warp Speed, and the actual release of certain movies and franchises like The Purge. The calendric shows they are interconnected with eclipse dates, and that major moves against the population are done on these patterns. So it still remains true today. You're going to see. Remember the April 8th eclipse from 2024? Yeah, we're not done with that at all. So we have a lot of things to reveal in here. We're going to go into the past, but how did we get to this point right here? How did we get to this point right here of this massive awakening? And the awakening is dark. Okay, we now know that major political power moves that govern over socio-political affairs, all this structural, basically social engineering, is literally coming from pedophile leaders who are blackmailed. You can call them the cabal. You can call them the black hats. You can call them any of these patriot pacification little idioms and terms that we've been spoon-fed on social media. Or you can be like me and just call them who they are. Now, I mean, some of you want to label it as Khazarian Mafia. I'm not trying to hear it. I'm just not. They're Jewish. They're Jewish people who are blackmailing a whole lot of people. So how do we get to this point? How do we get to this point in 2026 where the populations of the world take a back seat and literally watch events unfold that are completely choreographed by a very small group that are pulling the strings on world leaders everywhere who do their bidding because they're scared of videotapes and transcripts being released of them having sex with kids? This is where we got in 2026. I don't know what you've been listening to or been watching, but this is the world I live in. So this is the world I'm addressing. This is what is coming to my field. Yeah, I'm not going to be that guy that ignores this type of shit. So I want to find out by going through the historical record, looking at the calendrics, how the hell did we get here and where is it going? So you're going to be surprised by some of the findings here. Many people across social media for years have been painting a very dark picture about the future. I'm not one of them, and I've never been one of them. And I've come across great resistance, but many of the things that I released in my predictions videos 6 years, 5 years, and 4 years ago, they've come true. But they've come so true that almost the entire world is now seeing it perfectly. And totally, and except from Archaic's veterans, you don't even know. A lot of these things were already called in advance when the world was going a totally different direction. In 2020 and 2021, where people were crying about this is the new normal, lockdowns, this is how the socialist Democrats are going to take over. There's never going to be another good election after January 6th. The Republicans and conservatives have completely lost. They'll never take power again. This is the power grab Pelosi's always been dreaming. And I was right here on Archaics telling you the exact opposite. I was telling you in my videos, in 18 months, this is over with. I'm looking at the calendrics. I am studying the field, and I know what the F I'm doing. Hell, I built an entire Cipher community based off of this. There's 653 members in my date sequence predictive analytics group. It's a very private group. People are welcome. I just don't ever advertise it. People are welcome. As a matter of fact, in the description box right now, I've given you the email to if you want to ask questions about it, and I'll send you whatever I send you. But it's not cheap getting in there for a reason. The people that are in there earn their positions in there. There are people from different companies all over the world that are also a part of the project. They're in the group. And what we're doing is some amazing things. And this past week, we even took it to another level because I did my first presentation in the Cipher group showing them how to use the Office software as a tool for manifestation, not just to predict future events, but as a tool to make things happen in your life. So I'm doing the same thing, but without the date sequence predictive analytic presentation. I'm doing the same thing though because my community asked me to. I'm not a self-help guru. I never have been, but my community has watched since that day. I burned that piece of paper in that lamp, and I called my future exactly the way it's unfolded. Since that time, I had $27 in my pocket. Since that time, I lived out of a backpack on a motorcycle before I even had a YouTube channel. I called everything I'm going through, all my income streams, all my friends, everything that's going on with me in my life in the past 6 years. I called this into happening. So my community has basically told me, hey man, you need to do a manifestation workshop. I said, you got to just totally give us the business. Well, I gave the Cipher community the business. It's just 5 steps. And once you process information this way, which is completely different than what you were raised to process information, Once you change the identity of your environment, because you've been taught something about your environment that's untrue, but once you're actually shown what your environment is and how you interface with it, these 5 steps open up a new world for you. Yeah, and I always lead by example. My community knows this about me. Even when I have to make the hard decisions, I will make them and show my community. I will take a loss on a matter of principle. I've done it too many times, but I'll always come out shining after that. And whatever losses I incurred are always given back to me manifold. So I did it. I responded to my community. I put together a manifestation workshop, and my community is in Archaics. This right here, I love YouTube. I love you, but I don't get anything from YouTube. YouTube's not going to let me live my life. YouTube is where I put out free information for the public who's hungering for it. You got access to 1,150 videos for free right here. Some of them are 4, 6, 7, and 8 hours long. But in underground, we're a tight-knit community, and we're all doing our own things in there. We got so much in there. In the underground, on Tuesday, I'm doing my first day on the manifestation workshop. I gave Cipher Group basically a little prequel, because they have access to something other people do not. Now, having said all that, date sequence predictive analytics is amazing, because the structuring of historical events is not random. That's the whole subject matter of my channel. From the very beginning, I've been showing you video after video after video that the unfolding of historical events are entirely too mathematically precise. We do not live in a real world. This is an experience. We don't live on a planet. We are experiencing a plane. And somebody built a beautiful construct on that plane. But it also has all the clues of its nefariousness built into it. This predator versus prey ecosphere that we call home. But it's not really a home. It's just a place of passage. But the sojourner that passes through the field and is observant of what is going on around him will soon pick up that there is a series of numbers that appears in everything in the world of phenomena. And these numbers are magical, and they go forward and backward in time. They're palindromic, and they just don't disappoint. They are the numbers that the Ophis algorithm was also based off of. But all throughout my Chronicon, many of you in this chat have read my Chronicon or are trying to get through it. It's huge. It's 1,055 pages now. But the history of the world as a mathematical construct, I've demonstrated this over and over, showing these cycles and epicycles. And I'm going to do it today. That's what we're going to go into today. We're going to find out exactly how the hell did we get to this point where a nefarious, no good, sorry minority is ruling over a vast majority right now. And where's this leading? Is it a dark future? Or is something else about to unfold? And that almost everything that we've been told in social media to get us to vibrate on a terrible frequency is actually a psyop. This is where we're going in this video. I think you're going to be surprised by some of these findings. But I love my coffee. I couldn't do this one without coffee. Those of you since the meetup have sent me emails, Dibs, and many others. I'm going to get to those messages, but I have gone in overdrive. I'm overhauling Archaics. I'm making fundamental changes across the board in Archaics. I'm doing all kinds of and Archaics is spread out far, and different areas require my attention on different days. So this video just was slapped together because I already know my material, and most of it comes straight out of Chronicon, except I had to reorganize it in proportion to the amazing mathematical structuring you're going to see. So yeah, I will get to those messages. All right, 1404, 1,404 people in the chat. Now it went up to 1421. I just want to draw your attention to the number 1404. It is divisible by 52. I believe it's 52 times 27, but that's just an aside. 52 is the calendar round, and it always is connected to Western or American affairs. We're going to get to that in a minute. Let me remove that video. So if you're interested, if you want to ask any questions about Cipher, the email is in the description box. If you want to join Underground and see the amazing, it's a platform for truthers. I've got other people with YouTube channels. Other people are on Underground. It's not just Archaics. Other people are going in there. They're networking. They're developing relationships. It's an awesome place. Archaics Underground is going to take over. As word spreads about how awesome it is in there and everything that's available, it's more and more people are going to go in. It's $5.52 a month. Also, the link is in the description box. I have made several decisions on Archaics recently. One of those is that I removed the Shopify from my YouTube channel. It's every time you look at one of my videos on a tablet or on a laptop or on a computer on your television, you see Archaic's products for sale underneath the videos. That's been removed almost a week ago, and I did that. It's a matter of principle. I'm all about, I'm all about the YouTube community and all that, but it feels too Gaia-ish. I'm very critical of Gaia for many different reasons. Foremost is chronological. Seems like no one on Gaia knows anything about chronology, and yet they're steady putting all this crap out. But I say the same thing about Ancient Aliens, Forbidden Knowledge, and especially Ancient Apocalypse of Graham Hancock. So it's too, I'm trying to commercialize the truth, and that's not me. It's not what I stand for. So I removed the store. But after I removed the store, I gave it some thought, and I talked to Cheryl, and you know what? It's just not even worth it. The amount of time, aggravation, the finances I put into buying the merchandise, DTFs, all the supplies, packaging, everything. In the end, the Shopify fees and then the taxes I pay on all that. In the end, after paying two people to help me over and over, I don't make any money. It's aggravation, it's time consuming, and it also dilutes my message. So I'm telling you now that we're already running out of supplies, a whole bunch of things. Cheryl is taking things off of Shopify as we sell them out, but I'm collapsing the store. I'm not going to continue doing it. It's not what I'm about. It's just not what I'm about. So if there's any Archaics posters or you still want the books, you want anything. I think there's still the hats and what the hell are those things called? Pull over your head. I can't remember. We got whatever they're called, man. The little beanies, yeah. Mugs, stickers, whatever's on the site is in the inventory. But as soon as they sell out, she's taking them off, and I've instructed her to order no more supplies, order no more stuff. I'm just done with it. I'm done with it. It's so detracting from what I do. So I'm done with it. Not to say that I might come up with somebody in the future who could repackage this better, but under this Shopify deal, yeah, it's robbery. As much as they charge and all their fees and everything added up with the taxes and all that, it's not worth it. So I'm gonna focus on videos. Is what I'm going to do. Thank you, Tim Duffy. And Sunshine. So the link is in the description box for Underground if you want to ask about Cipher and for the Shopify going online. All that's there. All right. Now, you guys know that I'm real big on sharing my screen when you need to see what I'm going through. I'm about to blow your minds on some calendrical information that's all connected to 2026. So let's look at it. One thing at a time here. One thing at a time. And that coffee's so good, so real. All right, let me share my screen. Almost 1,600 people in the chat. I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to watch this video because it's some compelling stuff. Compelling stuff. All right. I got to catch up on my emails, guys. I'm not ignoring them. Andrew Fricky, how you doing, buddy? He's been with me. He has been with me, guys, since before I even had a damn YouTube channel. That man is my Stephen Walsworth days. Stephen Walsworth, man, passed away during COVID. It's a real blow to a lot of us. Back in my Facebook days, man, we really kicked it. Yeah, man. Way before I had a YouTube channel. I was always battling Billy Carson. He didn't know me. He didn't know me from Adam. I'm just correcting all his information and posting it in his 24 groups. He had like 24 groups on the Anunnaki. That's where he got his information. So, yeah, that man blocked me from every single Facebook group he had. Billy Carson is the reason I had to start an Archaic's Facebook group. I didn't have one. I was just me. And I was posting in all the Anunnaki groups explaining to them, man, you got this information wrong. Look, here's how you really interpret this. This is calendrical information, and it fits the entire Sumerian Anunnaki history into the historical record where it belongs. You have completely made the same mistake Berosus did, but other ancient scholars corrected it. Here are the corrections. That man block. He totally isolated me till I had nowhere to post but Eden Cafe. And Stephen Walsworth was a mod in Eden Cafe. And he was sharing my work. And a lot of people in Eden Cafe were like, man, you need to start your own group. If you got this much to say, you need to start. And I did. And a bunch of them from Eden Cafe came and helped me with my Archaics. Yeah, but that's how me and Billy's history. History is me trying to correct his problems, being friendly, trying to give him a bunch of my research for free, but him blocking me because it didn't comport with what he was telling his community. As a matter of fact, you really want to say it, Billy Carson kind of started Archaics. Yes, Ali, all my books will still be for sale through Booktree. Yeah, you'll still be able to get them from Booktree International. He mails all over the world. It's just too much of an issue for me to do it. I've got to buy my own books. And you know, by the time I buy them and I buy the packaging and I pay the taxes on it and I pay somebody else to do all the work, I'm not making a profit. So yeah, it's just become too much. But yes, Ali, they are. I just saw your comment, Ali. I do have book. Yeah, my books are all available on Amazon too. My publisher is not dumb. He knows Amazon is still the best way to get the information out there. All right, so I'm going to share my screen. Like I said, pop this window open. All right, I'm about to take you guys on a trip through history, and we're going to learn some shit. We're definitely going to learn some stuff. All right, I think that's about as big as I can get this. Pull that aside. So, our story here today, in understanding what's happening in 2026 right now and what is going to happen throughout the rest of the year, pay attention. Many of my Cipher knots that are in the chat, you're going to see these numbers. You already know. Those are my Archaics veterans who have been through my Chronicon. You will recognize these numbers because these are the operative numbers in the field in calendrics. Calendars are living. We are living in a morphic, intelligent field. That's what this experience is. We are living inside something that is sentient, and it interfaces with us. It's also governed by mathematical principles. Chronicon shows that history is alive. It is full of cycles and epicycles, and that the current of history has a heartbeat. It is the fine structure constant. But the fine structure constant is indefinable. It is unseen. It is immeasurable. It is the aspect of the heartbeat of our reality that belongs to the oversoul. In the world of experience, that heartbeat registers as the Phoenix phenomenon every 138 years. So this is 612 AD is where our story begins. Muhammad is inspired to found Islam. Islam means submission. So this is the beginning of the Muslim faith. Very important for many of you to realize, guys, Ramadan is upon us. So the calendrics are very interesting. This is 1,404 years before 2026. That number is the calendar round of America. It is very important to America and by extension, the West. The number 52 is the calendar round. So it's 27 times 52, 1404. You don't have to memorize all this because by the time I'm done with this video, you'll have seen these numbers pop up over and over and over. And the events that happened in these years where these numbers pop up is amazing. Because by the time we get to 2026, you'll already have a picture of what's unfolding this year based off every single year in the past that was connected by these numbers to 2026. So this is the calendar round system. So our story begins in 612. Muhammad is inspired to found Islam. Now, this doesn't have anything to do with this presentation, but I'm going to tell you now that I am in the possession of data that shows that Islam may have just been created by rabbis. That's a mind F. And you don't want to tell any Muslims that. They don't want to hear it. But everything about Islam screams that it was a rabbinical psyop. And then it got out of control. And then finally, in order to control another population that kept deporting them out of Arabia, they literally synthesized Judaism into something that was palatable and controllable and gave birth to Islam. 614 AD. The Persians, anytime I say Persia, I want you to think Iran, because that's what it is. Until very, very recently, Persia was, Iran was called Persia until very recently. But anytime you hear me say Persia, we are talking about Iranians. So in 614 AD, the Persians under the Shah Choros II invaded Palestine. That's Israel. And they took Jerusalem in the year 614. Jerusalem was at that time under the Eastern Roman Empire of Constantinople. Those are the Americans of the day. Constantinople was the Western capital. It was the seat of empire. So Constantinople, this was the West. The city was not defended by Jews, but by Christians who were treacherously dealt with by the local Jews who aided the invading Persians. After the Persian takeover, the Christian churches and shrines were burnt, and the Jews led in the slaughter of the Christian population. This is a theme that has gone on for over 15 centuries, where Christian communities take in Jews and let the Jews have a community among them for whatever reasons. After a while, that Christian community is broke, and all their wealth has been siphoned away, and they're all in debt to the local Jewish moneylenders. This is the story of Europe. What's also the story of Europe is once the local Jews realize that they have already cannibalized and the parasite-host relationship cannot continue in that area, that's when they work deals with foreigners so the foreigners can invade the host that has given them a home. But because this is all backdoor dealings and there are Persian Jews just like there are French Jews and Italian Jews and Corsican and Genoan Jews, and they network and they work with the opposing forces. So in this case, the Christians are opposed by the Iranians. So the Iranians get to come in, and they get to invade, and as a reward, the local Jews that opened the city gates, the local Jews that gave them all the intelligence on all the defense apparatus they have on the walls, who's who in town, so the Persians can arrest them and deal with them, the patriots, how to get them out. The Jews are rewarded and they're made local governors, sheriffs, and all that. And then the Jews are allowed to do whatever they want with the Christians that had taken them in. This is not a singular event. It happened hundreds and hundreds of times. It is a pattern. So The calendrics for this year of 614, when the Persians invaded Palestine and took Jerusalem, which was a Christian, it was basically Christians defended it and the Jews did not, because the Jews were trying to get rid of the Christians and they invited the Iranians in to do the dirty work. And then they got to enslave and rape whatever Christians they wanted to, and then sell the rest of them off to slavery. This, like I said, this is a formula. This is not an isolated incident. This is long-term planning, and it's been going on for a very long period of time and in hundreds of different places throughout Europe and the Middle East over and over for 15 or 16 centuries. So this 614 AD. Here's the calendrics. The Persian invasion against the West was 1,104 years, which is 552 plus 552 after 491 BC, when the Persians under Darius, the Iranians under Darius, also invaded the West. This was 138 years after the fall of Rome in 476 AD. CE just means common era. But this is 476. So what we have here is in the calendrics, this is associated to the Phoenix cycle. 1104 years is 552 plus 500. If you are new to my channel, you're probably overwhelmed. Just ignore the calendrics. My Archaics veterans and my Cipher knots know exactly what I'm talking about. You are looking at an event connected to 2026. It's also connected to the Phoenix countdowns from when Iran invaded a Western nation, and west of Iran is Israel. So 622 AD, very popular year. Arab leaders in Mecca planned on assassinating the religious reformer Muhammad, but the plot is revealed and Muhammad escaped to Medina, which was then known as Yathrib, where the majority of his followers were gathered. The flight of Muhammad is called the Hijra, which became the foundation year for the Islamic lunar calendar, the Hijra calendar. It's called after Hijra or Anno Hijra. So from the Arabic city of Medina, the Jews are expelled and killed. This is overseen by Muhammad. So there's a lot of background information here. It appears as if Islam was created by rabbis, and early on Muhammad played ball. You gotta understand, this is like 10 years after Islam was introduced. So early on Muhammad played ball. But after a while, he saw it for what it was. And as Islam took off and started a fire, he usurped that Jewish control and had them killed. The calendrics for the beginning of the after Hijra calendar, 622. This is the beginning of the Muslim calendar, 622 AD. The calendrics, this is the year 4516 Anno Mundi. It is 2520 years after Babel, which is precisely 360, 60 times 6, 7 times over. This is a number that's found all throughout the historical record for the beginning and the ending of whole cultures and calendars. It's 2520 years. So 2520 years is also like the year 1776 is precisely 2520 years. 1776 is the birth of the United States out of 13 colonies. But 2520 years before that, 360 times 7 was 745 BC, when the 13 tribes of Israel were deported into Assyrian captivity. That's in Chronicon. That's just a tangent here. So this year of 622 AD was 2520 years after an event where humans were constructing something and a cataclysm interrupted, and they never got to finish the building project, and it caused so much confusion that whole clans and peoples just fragmented off. And this is the origin of the story of the Tower of Babel. Further, the start of the Muslim calendar is precisely the 666th year of the Roman Julian calendar. This is also the 96th year of the Anno Domini calendar, which started in 526. The Anno Domini calendar, for those new to my channel, I've got videos on this calendar. The Anno Domini calendar did not start when Jesus was born. It started in 526, but it wasn't even accepted by Europe until after the year 1000. That's the calendar the whole world goes by today. All right, so we move forward to 628. We get to 628 AD. Muhammad, the prophet of Allah and torch of Islam, wrote letters to all the known kings of the world. Messengers took his letters to all the courts and kings of the Middle East, Northern Africa, the Near East to Persia and Northern India, Asia Minor, and Palestine. The letter called upon all kings of the earth to acknowledge Allah as the one true God, and Muhammad was his prophet. Now, this bespeaks of an information network unlike anything the world has ever seen, and in the possession of only one people. There's only one people that could have ever pulled this off, and those are Jews. And I've explained in prior presentations how this is possible, because the Jews speak every language in the world. They're spread all over Europe and the Middle East, and they network. Even the power base for the entire rabbinate in the Jews was the exilarchy. The exilarchy is centrally located in the one country you wouldn't think to even look, Iran. The exilarchy is in Persia, which was an ancient Jewish power base. This is where three of the biblical books were written, in Persia. The entire Old Testament is a production of a Persian politician and a Persian Jew. Most people don't know that, but it's even admitted in the Bible. The entire Old Testament was lost. Laws of Moses, everything was lost. There was no book of Genesis. No one even heard of it. By the time the 5th century BC, when Ezra and Nehemiah suddenly came up with copies of it, and Ezra told the people that an angel appeared to him after 40 days on a mountain and gave him, like automatic writing, just gave him everything. He just wrote it all down. Man, listen, the Old Testament could not have been written by one man in a 40-day period. His hand would have fell off. But still, either way, that's the story. So this whole thing bespeaks of a major operation. And at this time in 628, the only people in the world that knew all the trade routes, knew all the languages, had communities set up all over the world, and could have effected this type of communication because there were Jews in all these courts where these messages were sent, are Jews. They were in control of all the trade routes. They knew. I mean, any one culture that can speak every language is going to have leverage over every culture. No one else could do it. So the calendrics, this 628, when Muhammad sent all this out, telling everybody you had better submit, Islam is submission. You had better submit, and that he is the prophet. This is the 4,000th year of the Olmec calendar. It is also the 1,380th year of Rome. Rome was established in 753 BC. Not the Julian calendar. This is the Ab Urb Condita calendar, the year of Rome calendar. 1380 year of Rome is 138 times 10. This is also the 552nd year of the Indian Saka calendar. This is northern India. It's a Parthian calendar. 552 is 138 times 4. You can't make this shit up. Major events in history are always cross-calendrical parallels. 630 AD, moving forward. In the year 630 AD, the Greeks under Heraclius recovered Jerusalem from the Persians. Who are the Persians? Iran. So the calendrics for this date, this is exactly 300 years after Byzantium of the Greeks became the capital of the Roman Empire. For the day, it is the United States. In fact, historians will tell you that Byzantium, which later became Constantinople, which after that, when it was overrun by the Turks, became Istanbul, has always been a metropolitan city. Many cultures and many races have always occupied Byzantium at the same time. It's truly an American melting pot of the ancient world. So the taking back of Jerusalem was 1,244 years, which is 622 plus 622, after 615 BC, when the Persians and their allies, the Medes, attacked Assyria, Iraq, with the Cimmerians. The Cimmerians were the Israelites formerly of Samaria. Now, if you want to understand ancient Israelite history, which is totally misunderstood today, when they were no longer slaves to the Iraqis, the Assyrians, when they had made their escape, and they were known as the Cimri and the Cimmerians, and many of them migrated by ship and by land and ended up in Wales. They ended up in Ireland. They ended up in all over the UK. But these were a battle-hardened archer. They were archer people. They were masters of the horse. Their names appear on the Assyrian horse list, and they're acknowledged to be Israelites. They were of the house of Qumri, which means Omri. And in the Old Testament, you will find out that 10 tribes of Israel were called the Omrides. They were at war with Judah. Most people don't know this. They think they know their Bibles, but the first 3 military conflicts of the Israelites was against the Jews. Yeah, man, we have been gaslit about our history. I have whole playlists that go into these histories and talk about what was really going on in the ancient world and how all this has been repackaged for your nice little Baptists and evangelists to have you sing Kumbaya and be at peace with everybody, be at peace with the very people that have been killing you for 2,000 years. So the calendrics are interesting because the taking back of Jerusalem, after the Persians, Iranians had taken Jerusalem in 615 BC, was 1244 years, which is 622 plus 622. What is 622? 622 in the field is the beginning of, here it is, 620 is the beginning of the Islamic Hijra calendar. Also, here, some of you guys that like comics and movies and all that, I know everybody does, really. Here's a really interesting thing that you may not know. When the Israelites were deported, every culture and people, when they go from one location to another, they take the names of the most important things with them. Well, this is what the Israelites did too. Just like the Egyptians at Thebes, when they relocated by ship to Achaia in the Peloponnesus, yeah, man, they built a city. What did they call it? Thebes. Greek Thebes is modeled after Egyptian Thebes. Many cultures have done this over and over. When they move, they take the names of the cities and countries with them. So when the Israelites, who would later become these masters of the horse, the Cimmerians, here in the area of the Russian steppes and the Caucasus area, the Caucasus Mountains, they built another city. Historians 1,000 years ago wrote about that city. You've heard about that city if you have ever watched Conan the Barbarian or have read the comic books or books about Conan. Because Conan's adventures were all around a very ancient city called Samarkand. Samarkand is city of Samaria. It was the descendants of those enslaved Israelites that escaped and became a mighty equestrian nation, the Cimmeri, which later became the Qumri and the Cimri, and they turn around and they divided later on and become Geats and Gauls and Goths and Visigoths and Ostrogoths and Lombards. This is the race that populated early Europe. So anyway, that's just an aside. Conan the Barbarian actually taught you some real history about Samarkand. It was a real city, and it literally is the city of Samaria, which was the Israelite capital of the Omride dynasty. And the Omrides come from King Omri of Israel, mentioned in the Old Testament. Shellcracker, I've been seeing your information too, bro. I'm not ignoring you, man. Squirrel Sniper, I know you've been making some discoveries. You guys know I've been busy. So we move to 632. This is the 10th year of the Islamic Hijra calendar. 632 AD, Muhammad dies, the prophet of Islam. The Arabs, under the banner of Islam, begin attacking the Middle East and making incursions into Europe. That's as early as 632. So here is the religion of peace, Islam, which means submission. But there's nothing peaceful about it. They are all about spreading Islam. There is nothing peaceful about it. People will convert or die. Everywhere Islam goes, it's convert or die. There's no alternative. So the calendrics. 632 AD is 1407 Olympiad year. The Greek Olympiad system began in 776 BC, and this is 1,407 years after that. So 1407 Olympiad year is the year 2488 AM. The same year Moses died, in 1407 BC. You can't make this shit up. In my Chronicon, if any of you have access to Chronicon right now and you look up 1407 BC, you will see it is the 120th year of Moses' life, and he died. It is exactly 40 years after the Exodus, and I show you all the ancient sources that place the Exodus in the year 1447 BC, when Moses was 80 years old. The chronology is absolutely precise. Don't go to open up your Bible commentaries and your Bible. Every single Bible in the world is published by a Jewish, like Zondervan publisher. The chronologies are wrong for a reason. I have discussed this on my channel over and over and over. Anybody wants to come on my channel and debate biblical chronology, you're welcome to. Because I am an authority on chronology, and I will show you source after source after source. If you think a debate is just grabbing a book and opening it up to show me that a Bible publisher says a certain event happened, that's not a debate. A debate is the ability to show both source materials from the old world that provide a date and verification with a calculator of where that event was according to other chronological sources. If anything is true, you will always see it from multiple different vantage points. And that's what my Chronicon does. I overwhelm people with sources so they can see this chronology is precise. I have not yet found a single Bible that has notes that accurately gives us the right chronology. Now, many of them do give you the right year for certain events, but then they default to the bogus and fictitious Jewish calendar, which was created 450 years ago, for which I have I have a whole video explaining when that happened and how they did it. But yeah, the Jewish calendar is bogus. It's according to the Jewish calendar, it's the year 57 something, and it's all bogus. They specifically created that, and the rabbis admitted to creating it just to throw the Christians off, so they would never be able to accurately put Jesus where they need to put Jesus, because the rabbis want Christians to actually think that Jesus is somebody named Bar Kokhba during a rebellion in 69 through 73 AD. Anyway, again, another tangent. So the calendrics are amazing because Muhammad dies in the year 632 AD. which is the year 10 after Hijra, or Anno Hijra, which is precisely 1,407 years of the Greek Olympiad system. And that 1776 BC Greek Olympiad start date is the year 2488 AM. Excuse me, I'm sorry. It is the year 1407 of the Olympiad year, and the year 1407 of the ancient Anno Mundi dating is 2488 AM. And if you look in Chronicon under the date 1407 BC, you will find also 2488 Anno Mundi. Two different calendars, one going forward in time, one going backward in time. They meet in 1407 BC, and it says Moses died. We don't live in a real reality. Muhammad died in the exact year of a calendar that was already impregnated in the field for the death of Moses. And Moses is like a Jewish hero, a Jewish lawgiver. Again, another data point as to the true origin of Islam. 634. We now go to 634 AD. The Arabs defeat the Emperor Heraclius' army of Byzantium in the Battle of Yarmouk, which is quickly followed by Arabic invasions of Syria, Damascus, Palmyra, that's over in Turkey, Antioch, and Jerusalem again. Omar the First, the second caliph, was it Khalid Ibn al-Walid, known as the Sword of God, led a Muslim army against Syria. You have to understand what's happening here. Every one of these places here are Christian cities and city-states. So Islam is taking Christianity out in all these cities that have been Christian for centuries. This is what's happening in 634. So 634, this massive Arabic invasion into these Middle Eastern and Turkish area of Turkey and Syria. This is in the calendrics 2040 year of Israel, 1407 BC when Moses died. 1407 BC is the 40th year after the Exodus. It is the invasion of Canaan. The Israelite invasion of Canaan happened as soon as Moses died, because Moses was not allowed to enter into the promised land. That demon out of a burning bush called Yahweh literally told him that he was cursed because he had disobeyed something. So his whole life work didn't mean shit. And he was to die before he was to step foot into the Holy Land. So as soon as he died, Joshua, the son of Nun, that the Canaanites called the robber, came in and basically genocided Palestine. That was in 1407. This year, which is also a type of genocide of Islam against Christianity, is the year 2040, year of Israel. Since Israel invaded Canaan. Again, Islam is fulfilling the same roles the ancient Jews and Israelites did. They invaded their neighbors. They invaded their neighbors and put many of them to death. Exact same thing, and it's all embedded in the calendrics. This is the year 108 Anno Domini, since the Anno Domini calendar began. And of course, Cyphernauts and Archaic veterans, 108 is one of the most powerful calendrical numbers. You're going to see it a lot. Numbers that embody the concept of 108 are the numbers that are divisible by it. Like 216 is 108 and 108. 324 is 108 and 108 and 108. 108 times 4 is 432, a magical number in calendrics. 432 is also divisible by 72 and 144. So when numbers have multiple powerful divisors, those numbers are nexus points between calendars. All nexus points between calendars are major events in history. 638 AD is the year The Arabic army under Caliph Omar attacked Jerusalem and the city surrendered. The Caliphate office were those Islamic leaders seen as successors of Muhammad. So it's like when Alexander of Macedon died, his 4 generals, 2 of them became Syrian Greek kings, the Seleucid dynasty, and 2 of them became Egyptian Greek kings, Macedonian Egyptian Greek. Those are the Ptolemies. The 4 generals became the basically 4 new kingdoms that became 4 new empires, and then they went to war with each other. It's the same thing happening here. This is 638. Calendrics. This year was 1400 years exactly, 700 plus 700, after the destruction of Jerusalem in 763 BC by an earthquake. This was also 700 years after 63 BC, when Rome annexed Jerusalem and Judea, forming a perfect isometric projection. So 763 BC, an earthquake destroys Jerusalem, beginning a 700-year countdown to the Romans annexing Jerusalem and all of Judea, which the Jews did not like. But the Romans took authority of it, which began another 700-year countdown to 638 AD, this year here, when an Arabic army under Caliph Omar attacked Jerusalem and the city surrendered. The math don't lie. The calendars be mathin'. 640 AD. This year is the fall of the Sassanid, or maybe it's the Sassanid, I don't know, Sassanid dynasty of Persia. Who are the Persians? They're the Iranians. In Arabia, the Jews are expelled. So, the calendrics, this is the 864th year of the Persian Sassanid dynasty. Isn't that interesting? In the year 640 AD, which is the year 18 after Hijra. In this year, the 864th year of the Persian Sassanid dynasty, it collapses. 864 is the bridge between time and space. I've showed you in my published book, Anunnaki Homeworld, on YouTube many times. It is the number known in Sumer. It bridges seconds, minutes, hours, days, and months. It is an amazing number. The number 864 is basically in mystical numerology, it is the foundation of time number. 864th year. Persian Sassanid dynasty collapses. 641 AD, Islamic army under Caliph Omar invades Egypt as a Muslim army also invades northern India. So the Saracens are established in Alexandria and Egypt. By this time, the famous Library of Alexandria had been sacked so many times by Christians and Romans that most of the valuable books were already scattered throughout the Mediterranean and Europe in private collections. History books are full of how Omar ordered the destruction of the Alexandrian library, and for this reason, many priceless books were forever lost. But the truth is that the books were already censored and burned by the decree of bishops, Roman emperors, and popes. Yeah, Christians wanting to omit all these older books that showed that their whole entire religion was a lie. Had these libraries decimated. We have so many historical accounts of Christian rulers that wanted to eliminate entire libraries because these older books showed that Jesus was a story. It was literary, not literal. Didn't really happen. So, further, the story of Omar burning the treasured books was non-existent for 500 years and did not surface until mentioned in the 13th century by a Christian bishop named Abul Farajius of Guba. The Muslims did indeed burn many Christian texts, many times at the promptings of Jewish antagonists. But the destruction of Christian texts was actually caused by the Roman Catholic agents in their centuries-long campaign to censor any writings in opposition of their own. Yeah, that's a long time. 500 years is a long time for something not to be found in any written records. That's how scholars know something could be an interpolation. This is why you have a lot of people who want to default, because they're not researchers, they just don't know. But they default to what their pastors or what books, modern books have told them, such as, well, we know Jesus was the truth because Josephus mentions Jesus, Tacitus mentions Jesus, and it's just not true. It's not true. Older citations of Josephus don't have those passages, nor does Tacitus. Those appeared only in the days of the monks. The early Christian authors like Jerome, who would have never omitted that because Jerome cited every single reference he could possibly find in the books. He even cited Josephus and Tacitus and didn't know about those passages about Jesus, which means, and scholars are correct, that these older writings are interpolated, meaning the originals never mention Christos or Jesus or anything of that. It's later copies of Josephus and Tacitus. These little things were added here and there. Yeah, man, it's crazy, guys. It's so easy to see once you're educated about it. But for 500 years, for not a single reference to be out there that Omar was the one that destroyed all the Christian libraries and books, yeah, he didn't do it. They were already destroyed. So the calendrics for this, what was this? 641 AD. Islamic army invades Egypt, Alexandria, and India. Northern India is invaded. The calendrics for this invasion of Egypt was exactly 1320 years, 660 plus 660. After 680 BC, when King Esarhaddon of Assyria invaded Egypt and took Thebes. 647 AD. The Arabic Muslim army conquers the city of Carthage. Carthage is North Africa. Carthage is Punic, meaning its origin was Phoenician. 647, the Arabic Muslim army conquers the city of Carthage. This is the 792nd year after 146 BC when the Romans conquered Carthage. You guys already know. I don't even have to tell you about this number. 792, Nemesis X number. It's everywhere in the calendars. Remember, the pre-flood world is 1656 years by all accounts. By all accounts, the Great Flood, the pre-flood world was 1656, and the Great Flood happened on the year 1656. Well, 1656 is really interesting because it's 864, the foundation of time number, plus this number here, 792. 652 AD. In 652 AD, the canonical text of the Quran, the holy scriptures of Islam, is fixed by the Caliph Uthman, who destroyed all the other versions and documents attributed to Muhammad. The Quran, known today, is the product of extreme censorship. Isn't that interesting? So many different versions of the Arabic records and the Quran, that in 652, the Quran was standardized. And in that standardization process, they destroyed all known earlier copies. The calendrics is that this is the 1404th year of Rome. Remember that number? 52. Rome is a Western imperial power. In the ancient world, Rome was a Western power. So here we have 1404, 52 times 27, the calendar round. Year of Rome, 753 BC. We have this is the 576th year of the Saka calendar. 576 is a calendrical nodal year. I've mentioned it many times. It is 144. It is divisible by 144. Also, this is the 126th year of the Anno Domini start. It's 63 plus 63. As you'll see, that too is a major number in calendrics. There's only a few numbers, only like 20 numbers that are major numbers in calendrics. Out of the numbers 1 through 9,999, there's only like 20 numbers that are big, and you're seeing them right now. That means 90 something percent. 95% of all the numbers 1 through 10,000 don't really mean shit. These numbers I'm showing you do. And I'm going to show you the full list in this video. These numbers fuse calendars together. They create nodal points between calendars, intersects. And it's at those intersects that major events in history occur. And then once you plot where those intersects are, they have predictive value. 660. In the year 660 AD, the Khazars, a people of Turkish origin, began converting to Judaism. This is 660 AD. This conversion was a gradual process, accelerated as the population saw the benefits of not being Christian so near to Islamic domains, and not being Islamic so near to Christian kingdoms. So they chose the middle ground. The Khazars were not Jewish at all. They were Turkic. They were of the Iberic stock, a very ancient people, short, they're short of stature, sometimes swarthy skin, kind of shaggy haired. Yeah, man, this was the Khazars. Now, the Khazars in the Ukraine area lived near some other people that were totally different, but they were of different blood, but they coexisted. They were Khazars too, but they were like an Aryan type people. I think we're going to have a reference to them as well. So the calendrics for 660 AD are very interesting because this is a Phoenix year on the 138-year chronology leading up to the year 2040, the breaking of the sixth seal. So that's where all of this is going. Yeah, all of this is going in a most amazing way to the sixth seal. So 660 is on the 138-year timeline. This is the year 1400. There's a number again. It keeps coming up. This is the year 1404 post-exilic chronology. Started in 745 BC when Assyria deported the 10 tribes of Israel. Took them into Iraq, Babylon. This is the year 1244 fall of Judah. This is 1,244 years since 583 BC when the Babylonians under Nebuchadnezzar II took Jerusalem and deported many Jews into Babylon. This number, 1244, is again 622 plus 622. The Islamic Hijra calendar began in 622 AD. Another data point showing cross-calendrical parallels are literally telling us the origin of Islam. And the Muslims aren't going to like it. This is the year 396 Egyptian Christian Coptic calendar. It's the year 396. 396 is half of this number here, 792. So it has the exact same calendrical properties as 792. 396. Moving right along. Oh, we got some ground to cover. The year is 672 AD, and the Muslims, having lost Alexandria to the Christians of Constantinople, ancient Byzantium, they launched a navy from Egypt against Constantinople. They would continue to send navies to harass and attack Constantinople until the year 718 BC. In Spain, the Jews are expelled by King Wamba after Jews initiate the revolt of Septimania. This is 672 AD. A Jewish revolt in Spain results with an expulsion, but also a massive naval attack against Constantinople. Constantinople is repelled. Christians are victorious in defending against the Muslim navy. The calendrics for this year is interesting because it's 1447 Olympic year. This is the Greek Olympiad system that started in 776 BC. 1447 BC being the exodus of Israel from Egypt in the year 2448 Anno Mundi. So we have an exodus here. We have an exodus of Israelite descended people or Jews basically forced out of Spain. This is the year 408 of the Coptic calendar, the Egyptian Coptic calendar. So there's a massive exodus from Egypt as well by ship. Not everybody came back, but this fleet goes out and attacks Constantinople, and they do not succeed. That's an exodus. Some of them returned, some of them didn't. But this massive exodus from Egypt, and this is the year 408 Egyptian Coptic Christian calendar. 408 is 2448 plus 2448 months. Again, 2448 Anno Mundi is the year 1447 BC. It is the exodus of the Israelites from Egypt. This is also exactly 1332 years, which is 666 plus 666, after the year 661 BC, the very year the city of Byzantium was founded. So, Byzantium is founded. It's later called Constantinople, but in its 1332nd year, it defends itself against this Muslim naval invasion. 666 plus 666 years after its founding. Yeah. The calendrics don't lie. The calendrics tell you the story of what happened at that time period. And that's exactly what happened. Jewish population was forced out of Spain. That's an exodus. A huge navy, and with navies in the ancient world were also some of them took their families. They had auxiliary ships that went, and there's a population going. All the people in Egypt that were also wanting to get to the Greek territories, they were on those ships as well. So it's an exodus. It's a major exodus, and probably other exoduses were happening throughout the world as well. But this is the year 676 BC. I mean AD. The Islamic army conquers the city of Samarkand. That's New Samaria. Samarkand was New Samaria, a city built and occupied by deported Israelites sometime between 740 and 610 BC. It was from Samarkand that the waves of Cimmerian or Cimmerian migrations departed that filled Europe with vast populations of wandering peoples. So these people were metal. They were masters of metalwork. They were equestrian class, masterwork horsemanship, and they were archers. So the calendrics for this year, when Muslims conquer an Israelite descended city of Samarkand, is 1260 from the fall of Judah. 1260 is precisely half of 2520. Remember, 2520 is 360 times 7. It's a massive cycle that has closed on a culture or a calendar. So here is 1260 since the fall of Judah, 583 BC. So the fall of Jerusalem in 583 of BC of the Jews to Babylon is now the fall of Samarkand 1260 years later to the Muslims. This is also the year 600 exactly of the Parthian Saka calendar of India. The reason that's important, we haven't gone into detail about this, but if you read my Chronicon, you will find out that one of the groups that left Israel early on became the Saka, and they later were known as the Parthians. It is the exact same people. So this is the 600th year of the Saka calendar. This was exactly 1400 years after the siege of Samaria began in 723 BC. 723 BC, that was Sargon II, who ended up taking it in 721 and deporting the rest of the 10 tribes of Israel into Iraq. So we get to the year 710 AD. Hope I'm not boring you guys with this history lesson, but we got to if we're going to understand what's going on in 2026, we got to get through this, because when I'm done with this, we're going to go into another element of the calendrics and look at it from a totally different view using the exact same numbers. It's going to blow your mind. So 710 AD. Crossing the Mediterranean by fleet, the Muslim Arabic invasion of Spain begins. Think about what just happened. The local population of Spain gets fed up with the Jews and forces them out. The Jews are expelled from Spain. And now, all of a sudden, Islam, the sword of the rabbinate, the exilarchy. Islam now focuses on Spain. They're going to invade Spain after the Jews were expelled. So crossing the Mediterranean by fleet, the Muslim Arabic invasion of Spain begins. They haven't even taken Constantinople. They got repelled from Constantinople. So why the shift to Spain? The European Jews of Spain and France know in advance of the invasion by virtue of their own communication network with the Jewish communities in the Near East, Northern Africa, and Persia, as well as Damascus. By this time, Arabic armies have invaded deep into Africa and butchered whole villages, forcing the black Africans to convert to Islam. The black males are trained in Islamic doctrine and Arabic military tactics, and the Muslims raise an entire army of black militants known as the Moors, who participated heavily in the invasion of Europe. Now, these black Africans were mixed with the people of Mauritania, of Libya, of Morocco, the whole area of, well, most people don't know this. Just do a little historical digging, and you'll find out that Mauritania and Morocco and the whole Libyan coast, North African coast, was predominantly Caucasian. They were overspilling from Carthage, which was Caucasian, which came from Phoenicia with Tyre and Sidon on the Syrian coast, which were which were Caucasian. So the Moors were a cosmopolitan army, a mixture of black and Caucasian warriors like Janissaries. They were trained, they were indoctrinated and brainwashed into Islam. Some of them were castrated, turned into warrior eunuchs. Whatever. I mean, it's different caliphates did. They just had different programs. So this is the origin of the Moors. The Moors, much of the Moors were Caucasian, but they were literally mixed for centuries with the sub-Saharan blacks who had been enslaved and indoctrinated into Islam. This was the Arabic policy. This was the front line for the Saracens. This is what they did. They made them the invaders, while the Arabs held back and maintained control of the overall military tactics and all that. But basically, the brute force footmen were the Moors. Let's see. And thus begins the invasion of Europe. Calendrics. This was exactly 1,200 years, 600 years plus 600 years after 491 BC, when the Persians, Iran, invaded the West. It is also 1,188 years, which is 108 times 11, after 479 BC, when the West, the Greeks, defeated the invading Persians, the Iranians. 710. This is the year 710. The invasion of Spain concerns Islam, basically using other races as auxiliaries to invade, and it is calendarically connected to two invasions by Iran. 712 AD. For almost 2 years, the Moors made inroads into Spain, slaughtering all those Christian communities that resisted their rule. The Europeans are beaten back in the Battle of Xeres. The Moors overrun the strongholds and cities. All throughout Spain, the Moors subdued the Christians and made the local Jews their masters, placing into positions of authority the Jews that had aided their causes. This occurred in Cordova, Granada, Malaga, and other cities. At Toledo, as the Christian population was praying for peace and protection against the Moors in their churches, the local Jews flung open the city gates and allowed the Muslims into the city unopposed. That happened everywhere. But this occurred on Palm Sunday. The Jewish animosity against the Christians and white Europeans is ancestral. However, the Jews at Toledo were particularly loath of the Christian population because of the policies of King Recared, who refused to allow the wealthy Jews to own Christian slaves. The Jews sought to have slave holdings as they had in other countries. King Recared had already been stressed over the sizable Jewish population in his Visigothic realm. A people who refused to assimilate with the Visigoths, who maintained their nation within a nation status. He was further dismayed that the Jews would not Christianize. You could take King Recared and just replace him with Adolf Hitler. It is the same scenario. So it's the same scenario all throughout European history. So we have the Muslims, the whole point of this right here is that Islam didn't just decide to go, oh, we're going to go take them. We're going to go take them. No, they were choreographed. Everything was an educated decision because there were insiders inside all the Christian communities. Jews were already in communication and working with. And once the Saracens realized they had everything, they had all the information. They knew all the weak spots. They knew where to attack. They knew when to attack. They knew which Jews were in position to open up city gates, to weaken deals, to poison different wells, to poison a population so they couldn't fight back and everybody was sick. This went on for centuries. Centuries. That's what they did. The calendrics for this invasion of Spain in 712 AD. This was the 1,296th year since the fall of Judah to Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar II, in the year 585 BC, or 432 times 3 years. So this number, 1296, is a major number in calendrics because it's divisible by 72, 144, 108, by 1248, 90. It's so many different numbers. This number has many, many divisors. The great epic calendrical number 432 appears in it 3 times. So this is the year 756 Roman Julian. That too is a major number. It is 108 times 7. It's Roman Julian calendar. This was also the 90th year, which is 1080 months, of the Islamic after Hijra calendar begun in 622 AD. Those of you unfamiliar with my research, unfamiliar with calendrics, if you're not in Cipher, if you're not an Archaic veteran, some of this is going to be too much for you. You just don't understand. But nothing here is insignificant, especially the number 1080, 108 times 10. 716. Remember, I'm going to show you the list, but there's only like 20 numbers that are important. None others. 716 AD. About 800 Arab warships attacked Constantinople, but only a very few made it back to their ports. The Greeks had a secret weapon for their navy known only as Greek fire, an incendiary that burned ships quickly and once started was almost impossible to put out. Greek fire. So technology is what rescued Constantinople from another Arab invasion. 800 warships is a lot. So the calendrics for this attack, this was the 1,224th year since the founding of the Republic of Rome in 509 BC. That's the Roman Republic, not the city of Rome, the Republic, which Constantinople inherited, because it's true that Constantinople inherited the Roman power. This was also 240 years after the fall of Rome in 476 AD. Remember, our story began in 612 AD, 1224th year since the founding of the Republic of Rome. This is 612 plus 612. In 612 AD, that's where we started. That's exactly 1,404 years before 2026. our year today. It's also the year Islam began under Muhammad. 720 AD. Oh, I don't think my coffee's going to make it. 720 AD. The Moors were controlled by the Saracens of Egypt, and the Saracens took their orders from the Muslim Arabs, who had as their base of operations in the wars of Islam the ancient city of Damascus, the seat of Umayyad authority. Damascus sent instructions to the Arabs now in southern France to conquer the realm of the Franks. Reinforcements from the Visigothic realm of Spain were sent into southern France along the war front, while the Jews secured their control over the Christian Europeans that the Moors had subdued. Spain experienced a population explosion of Jewish communities as Jews sailed in from ports all around the Mediterranean as news spread about the utopia they had in Spain. Christians were again sold as slaves to the local Jews, and a market was established where Jewish merchants trafficked in white slaves exported from Spain. The Arabic scholar al-Makari wrote, "Whenever the Muslims conquered a town, it was left in the custody of the Jews." Data point: the origin of Islam was from the rabbis. This led to growing Jewish population centers at Cordova, Tarragona, and Granada. So, they get into a population. When they get into a population and they completely exhausted of all its resources and leave the entire population broke, they get they start experiencing expulsions. As they're getting expelled to different areas of Spain, the word spreads down the trade routes, and they call all their homeboys in other areas and say, "Hey man, it's time for the sword. It's time for the sword or the rabbinate to come this way." They're tripping over here, and then the Christian population gets to watch their wives, their daughters, and their mothers, get raped, get taken into custody, and never seen again, sold on auction blocks, sent all over the Mediterranean. And Arabs have harems. That's where the harem came from. Like in 1,000, what is it? 1,000 Arabian Nights, 1,001 Arabian Nights. That is where the harem came from. It came from having beautiful Western white Christian Caucasian females, and basically having different Arabs consider their wealth in the number of goats and the number of women in their harem. So this is all in the historical record. Jason's not making this up. That's where these harems came from. Slavery was a very real thing, and for over 15 centuries, it was the Jews basically in control of the slave markets, and they were transnational. It was from the Mediterranean to Europe, and slaves didn't come from the Mediterranean and get exported to Europe. That's not how it happened. Slaves came from Europe. That's where Slavs came from. They came from Europe, and they went toward the Mediterranean, dispersed into the Middle East. That's why the Middle East has so many different communities that have green eyes, blue eyes, light-colored hair, Caucasian. Look at Afghanistan. Afghanistan, a lot of people have Caucasian features, although they have kind of dark skin. This is what happened. We're talking about whole areas of Europe were enslaved, and for centuries. This was a program. It has literally been scrubbed from the public record. But I know that there are many specialists. There are many people who can read the same materials I have. They're still available, and you can read all about these things. Let's see. All right, the Calendrics for 720 AD. 720 AD, the Calendrics. This was exactly 1,440 years, 144 times 10, or 720 plus 720. After 721 BC, when the last of the 10 tribes of Israel were deported as slaves into Assyria, Iraq, as the kingdom of Judah, the Jews, remained intact. Calendrics doesn't lie. It's adding more details to the story. 732 AD, the Islamic army made a critical mistake in their European campaign. They had completely overrun the Visigothic realm, created a Jewish utopia, and occupied southern France. Here they should have stopped. Instead, they invaded the empire of the Franks. Here's another data point most people just never heard of. The Frankish people are of German origin. Yeah, it's hard to believe because the modern day French and the modern day Germans, they're so different. They're so different culturally. They're so different as different people. But the original French people were Franks. And the Franks were kin to the Visigoths and the Ostrogoths. They were a German people. So, this is Utopia. Here they should have stopped. Instead, they invaded the empire of the Franks, which was ruled by Charles the Hammer Martel. Charles Martel. He was a successor to the famous Moravian kings. This was 236 years after the Frankish people converted to Christianity, after their king Clovis I had converted to Christianity. Charles Martel was the grandfather of the famous Charlemagne. Charles ruled almost all of Europe north of the Alps, from the Pyrenees to Hungary. The Arab army won several battles. They took many towns and fortresses and even marched almost all the way to Paris. But Charles the Hammer stopped their onslaught. He defeated the Saracens at Tours Poitiers, I don't know how to pronounce that, Poitiers, and thus ended the Muslim expansion in Europe. This is the year 732. This is another reason why Jewish-controlled publishing has literally erased everything about the early Frankish annals and the history of the Moravian kings. You want to learn more about the Moravian dynasty of the early Franks, you would need to maybe go into Tracy Twyman's material, but definitely an authority on it is Hugh Montgomery. Interesting thing there, my publisher is about to release Hugh Montgomery's final book. He's very old. He watches my channel. I was really pleased to find out that he really likes my channel. But he is a scholar in the UK, and he's a lot like Ralph Ellis. Yeah, gets deep in a lot of the original source materials and anything, and it's just really good stuff. But Hugh Montgomery's written 4 books: God Kings of Outremer. I can't remember all. I've read 2 of them. But my publisher is about to send me the full Hugh Montgomery collection because he goes into all this detail about the Moravian kings. He shows all the intrigues, and some of the data you're about to hear right now, it comes from Hugh Montgomery, where he shows that we've been hoodwinked for a long time. And some of the nobility of Europe had been infiltrated by Jewish blood a long time ago. And it's been very, very well concealed. And a lot of the relationships in European courts that commoners thought were they were at variance, they weren't. They're related by blood, and it was all staged. It's all show. So we'll get to that too. So the calendrics for this, the Frankish victory over Islam is exactly 1044. There's your 144. Is 1044 years after the start of the Greek Seleucid calendar in 313 BC, just as it is 1044 years before the founding of the Israelite-descended Anglo-Saxon French Empire of the United States of America in 1776 AD. So, 1776 AD, the official start date of the United States of America, is 1044 years after this intriguing date of the French descendant of the Moravian kings defeating Islam, which is itself 1044 years exactly after the start of the great Greek Western Syrian calendar in 313 BC. Syrian is Christian. The beginning of the Greek Seleucids became Christian. They weren't Christian at this time. They were just Greek. It was a Greek population in Syria, but Syria is the origin. Antioch is the origin of Christianity. So very compelling. It's very compelling that a Western calendar counts down to when the West defeated Islam, which counts down again to the rise of an end-time empire formed in the West, made up of the very descendants of the people who defeated Islam. Right here. Now, this year of 732 AD, when Charles the Hammer defeated the Saracens, is also the year 776 Roman Julian. You can't make this shit up. It's the year 776 Roman Julian calendar. 776 is BC is the Greek or Olympiad calendar. 776 is just a calendrical abbreviation for 1776. Remember, I tell you guys a lot, these calendars are self-referencing over and over and over. That's how you know you got the dates right. 762 AD. 762 AD. 762 AD. The Abbasid dynasty over Islam that replaced the Umayyads relocated to Baghdad in Babylon. This is in 762. Islamic architects began laying out the city of Baghdad according to a plan. A famous new city emerged as a New Babylon, built by the wealth of kingdoms taken by the Arab armies that scoured Africa, the Mediterranean, the Near East, Spain, and Asia. The Muslim empire would spread out with Baghdad as its capital and the seat of the Caliphate. This is noteworthy. This is extremely noteworthy, and this is why. Those of you who have been watching my channel, you know about the Anunnaki nerve system, which began in 5239 BC. 5239 BC, 5 Ner, 600-year periods, is precisely where we have the Great Flood in 2239 BC. It is the 1656 year of the pre-flood world, which started in 3895 BC. Those 600 years continue into the future. And this is one of those dates. 762 AD is on that Anunnaki Ner 600-year timeline. And Baghdad becomes the New Babylon. Babylon is a cosmopolitan melting pot. All throughout Old Testament history, the administrators of Babylon were the Jews. Oh yeah, the Old Testament gives you all the details about how Jews were always basically in control of Babylon, over and over and over. All throughout Islam, it is the Caliphate that defer to Jews for all kinds of information, for all kinds of trade secrets, for communication and all that. So you can imagine that in Iraq, Baghdad, absolutely full of white Christian slaves, is the stewards and the people in authority are Jewish, whereas the common Arabs don't really understand don't even know what's really, they're just Muslim. They don't really know all the intricate relationships they're going. To them, the Jews are untouchable. You can't mess with them. Can't mess with them. And the Christians are and the Christians are slaves and they're owned by Europe. And then you have your Moors, which are basically janissaries and auxiliaries. They are the foot soldiers. And Baghdad would have become full and packed with wealth that was stolen from Christian Constantinople, Christian Mauritania, Christian Libya, Christian Egypt, all this wealth from all of a sudden a new Babylon. Remember, even in the prophetic eschatological material, Babylon is always mentioned twice now in future prophecy because it's talking about a second Babylon, mystery Babylon. Here's Babylon in Baghdad. It is the new Babylon. And it is absolutely packed. At this time, it is packed with wealth. It is packed with opulence. It is a massive slave market. It's everything. It's everything. All the trade routes are all going back to Babylon. So in this year also, 762, the Jewish exilarch Solomon dies in Persia. He's an exilarch, meaning he's the ruler of the Jewish rabbinate, of the Jewish culture. He rules from Iran. So in this year, the Jewish exilarch Solomon died. The leader over the exiled Jews living in Persia. His hereditary successor was Anan bin David, but the elders rejected him, opting to install his younger brother Kenania as the exilarch. Anan fled to Palestine and founded his own synagogue, calling upon the Jews everywhere to abandon the corrupt Talmud and obey only the inspired word of God found in the Pentateuch, Genesis through Deuteronomy. His sect became influential and known as the Karaites. This is the Karaite movement, or adherence to the text. So 762 AD marks a major division in Islam. Excuse me, not in Islam, but in Judaism. Anan's views on Jesus were positive, and he urged Jews to resist the corrupt rabbinate. For he thoroughly believed that the Jewish rabbis were modern Pharisees bent on propagating the traditions of men rather than the words of God. In this year, Judaism experienced a rift. Babylon had a new beginning. Islam established a capital city, Baghdad, Iraq. Here are the calendrics for this year. We have the New Babylon. This year was the 6,000th year of the Anunnaki timeline, which started in 5239 BC. It's 10 600-year epics called Nurs. It was the 4,800th year since the capture of Luna, or the Igigi timeline. Started in 4039 BC. It is 4,200 years, or 7 Nur periods, since the Watchers, the Anuna, appeared in 3439 BC before the flood. This was 3,600 years, or 6 Nur. After the Nephilim Anunnaki dynasty began in 2839 BC before the flood, and this was the year also, and this year was also the 3,000th year since the Great Flood in 2239 BC. Do not think, if you're new to my channel, do not think that I promote that the entire world was destroyed in a great flood. The world was destroyed and flooding was everywhere, but pockets of survivors, people survived everywhere because the whole world didn't flood up to the mountaintops. There was just flooding everywhere, because what we've been told about the Great Flood is not true. There wasn't 8 survivors on a single boat. There were fleets of ships that survived. But even more importantly, the flood was caused because the vapor canopy collapsed. When the vapor canopy collapsed, most of the moisture in the mesosphere instantly flash froze and deposited itself at the poles. Antarctica and the North Pole are covered in ice caps. Those ice caps aren't gradual snowfall. Those ice caps are mainly deposited there very fast from the collapse of the vapor canopy. Then over millennia, a small amount of snow falls for a while until the return of the next vapor canopy. When a vapor canopy appears, the poles, they melt rapidly because of volcanism. And then all this moisture goes back into the sky, into a place called the mesosphere. This is a cycle. We're in an ice age right now. The cycle is vapor canopies and ice age, and the entire historical record is made sense when you see this cycle. There wasn't an ice age 12,000 years ago. So that's far beyond the historical record. In Archaics, we only deal with the historical record. So we start at 5239 BC and everything afterward. Anything before 5239 BC may have happened, but it's not a part of the historical record. So this 3,000 years was 5 Nur. This rift in the Jewish faith was 2,208 years. You've seen this number over and over. 552 years is a phoenix cycle. This is 4 phoenix cycles. 552 is 138 times 4. So the Jewish faith, this rift in the Jewish faith was 2,208 years after the Exodus in 1447 BC, when the Israelites left Egypt. 762 AD is also the year 144 after Hijra. Do you see how the calendars are now meshing? Now the after Hijra calendar is syncing with the Anno Domini calendar on an extremely major date, the birth of the new Babylon. Get to the next date. We are now at 800 AD. Oh, you guys can expect a 3-hour presentation here. 800 AD. Pope Leo III of Rome crowned Charlemagne as the first Holy Roman Emperor on Christmas Day. He was the grandson of Charles Martel, the Hammer. At this time, the royal house of Narbonne in south of France, closely allied to Charlemagne, was regarded, pay attention, as descended from the house of David. This seems to be reflected in the Encyclopedia Judaica, which states that Narbonne was home to the Jewish kings. This line would produce Godefroy de Bouillon, king of Jerusalem, after the First Crusade. This fact here is going to make sense of what was really going on in the Crusades. I've told you in prior presentations, the Crusades aren't what you've been told. The crusade was a way for Jewish moneylenders to grow extremely rich and work deals with local monarchs throughout Europe to get them to send men into the Middle East to go fight on Muslim battlefields, leaving their widows behind, leaving their estates behind, and basically forcing knights to mortgage their estates and castles in order to pay retainers and pay for armorers and army and foodstuffs. And the Jews loaned all this money out to the Christians so they would go fight the Muslims, leaving a whole bunch of them to die. And then the widows couldn't pay off the loans. Yeah, guys, it goes deep. The Crusades was basically money laundering, and everybody was in on it. And the monarchies of Europe, not all of them, but even at this early date of 800 AD, the monarchies of Europe were already intermarrying with a Jewish royal line. And this was kept from the public. It was kept from a lot of things, but the Jewish royal blood was already being mixed among the nobility of Europe. So, this is admitted in the Encyclopedia Judaica. Jason's not making it up. All right, so yeah, it's crazy. So this guy, Godefroy de Bouillon, I can't pronounce it, Bouillon, yeah, he's heralded and praised in a lot of history books, great Christian German crusader and all that. Yeah, man, it's Jewish. King of Jerusalem after the First Crusade. So the calendrics for this year in 800 AD. The calendrics for this year is 1552 year of Rome. The year 1552 year of Rome. 1000 plus a Phoenix cycle. Also, it is the year 324 since the fall of Rome in 476 AD. 324 is 108 plus 108 plus 108. So we get to the next year, which is also a Phoenix number, just like 5552 right here. The year is 828 AD. 828 is divisible by 138. It's 138 times 6. Pull out your calculators. Look at 828. It is 138 times 6. A former refugee at the court of Charlemagne named Egbert, who is English, becomes the King of England. He is recorded in history as England's first king. His seat at Wessex. The Vikings continue their raids around England, Scotland, and off the coast of Ard. I can't say that, Shanachta. According to the Irish Annals of Ulster, the Vikings slaughtered an unusual amount of porpoises. Genetic research conducted in the year 2000 found it impossible to determine the difference between 5th century Saxons in England and 9th century Vikings. This reveals that King Egbert and the people of Essex, Wessex, and Sussex, and a great many other throughout England, were kin to the Vikings. The calendrics 828 Anno Domini is 414 plus 414, or 138 times 6. So early on in the court of Charlemagne, we already have secret behind the scenes things going on where Jewish noble blood is integrating into the court of France. Also, from this court, the first king of England is produced. So we get to 846 AD. The Islamic Saracens sacked the city of Rome, which is now a Christian city. The Islamic Saracens sacked the city of Rome, which is now a Christian city. Rome's no big deal no more. The real big deal is Baghdad and Constantinople. Those are the big deals. Those are massive metropolitan areas. This is 846 AD. The calendrics for this year is 1776 years since Israel and Judah split in 931 BC. So, this is intriguing because the United States of America, which has an official political start date as 1776, is the inheritor of the spirit of Rome. The spirit of Rome is empire. That's exactly what the United States is. If you haven't seen how many military bases we have, you might want to check into it. The United States has been an empire for a long time. 1776 doesn't make it a good thing. I'm just telling you, even the medical terms and phrases, scientific terms and phrases, and our political judiciary terms and phrases are all in Latin, Roman. Our symbols, our seals, everything is Roman. Hell, our government architecture, Roman. This is also the year 770 Saka calendar. It's the Parthian calendar, Christian India. Ancient Israelite descended Parthians. Now, we get to 864. Isn't that intriguing how 846, same numbers as 864. This is the next number that's important to us in this timeline. So 864 AD, the Arab geographer Istaqri wrote of the Khazars. He said, the Khazars do not resemble the Turks. He describes the Khazars as two distinct peoples occupying the same kingdom. Short, swarthy-skinned people like Indians and tall, white-complexioned people with blue eyes and reddish hair, a people strikingly handsome. The Khazars adopted Judaism, which is first mentioned in 864 AD, in Expositio in Mattheum, Evangelistum. I can't pronounce that, it's Latin. So, the Khazars are mentioned in a text as early as this 864 AD. Israeli scholar Yair Davidi wrote that the nucleus of the Khazar people were the Agathirsi, and that these people had migrated from Assyria. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what he wrote. 864 AD is 1584 years, 792 plus 792 from the year 721 BC, when the 10 tribes of Israel were enslaved in Assyria. Pretty coincidental, isn't it? This is the 600th year, an Anunnaki Nur, of the Egyptian Christian Coptic calendar. So it's the 600th year of the Coptic calendar. 864 is itself 108 times 8 and 144 times 6, making it a very powerful number. I told you guys, this is the foundation of time number. This is the foundation of the Khazars here. For all you Khazarian mafia followers. Oh, hey, Tina. I see Tina. Dr. Scott listening. See, Tina's in the chat. She came to the meetup with Dr. Scott. So, 922 AD. In this year, the Sufis formally branched away from Greater Islam. They were mystics. Most of them departed Baghdad and settled in Persia, Iran, where they were tolerated. So this is another major division here, but this is a division in Islam. The Sufis. They departed Babylon, which was the center at the time of the Muslim Empire, and they go to Iran. The calendrics for this year, this is 2368 years after the exodus of Israel from Egypt in 1447 BC. And 2368 years is 1184 plus 1184 years. And this exodus of Muslim Sufis from Babylonia to Persia was 1184 years before the year 2106 AD. Or, you know it as 6,000, the 6,000th year, Anno Mundi. It's not the end of the world, but it's the 6,000th year of a major calendar, the Annus Mundi calendar. This was also the 300th year of the Islamic after Hijra calendar, Arab history. A calendar that started in commemoration of Muhammad's exodus from persecution in one city to take refuge in another. So we have an exodus. We have Exodus calendrics. 2368 years after the exodus of Israel. But the number 2368 is 1184 plus 1184 years. And this exodus of the Sufis out of Baghdad to Persia was 1184 years before the end of the calendar, 2106 AD. I know people who are not familiar with my research don't even know what we're talking about, but they're just going to have to catch up. We have 40 or 50 charts that show 2106 AD. But it's okay. Also, this is the 396th year, which is half of 792 of the Anno Domini start date. The Anno Domini calendar that we're under today, this was the 396th year, which is just half of 792. This is the Nemesis number, Nemesis X. It's the number of the Anunnaki. So we get to the year 930, another very compelling date. 930 AD, the religious epicenter of the Islamic world, Mecca, is attacked. Bet you didn't know that, huh? Bet you didn't know that Mecca got attacked. Yeah. The Kaaba is sacked. You know that big old black cube? That's not even the original. Yeah, don't tell Muslims that, but it's not even the original. 930 AD, the Kaaba is sacked. The ancient relic from the sky, which is believed to be a meteorite, was taken by the Karmatians, an artifact that antedates Islam in its veneration. So, the original meteorite that was in the Kaaba, that was pre-Islamic, was stolen by the Karmatians, and they never got it back. What's in that black cube, we don't know. This was a tremendous blow to the Muslim world. Here's the calendrics for 930 AD. This was the year 666 of the Christian Coptic calendar. This was the year 1242. That's 414 times 3. That is divisible by 138. After the start of the Greek Seleucid calendar. And this is the year 4968, since the capture of Luna, which started the Igigi timeline of 4039 BC. 4968 years is 1242 times 4. The calendrics are too perfect. The year 930 AD is 138 plus 792 to make 930. Both 1242 and 4968 are divisible by 138. These are different calendars that started at different times due to different events. Look how they mesh. Look how calendars create nodal intersects where major events unfold. That's why I wrote Chronicon. That's why you have access to Chronicon. If you have never seen Chronicon, it is massive. And all this stuff, everything I'm reading to you right now is in Chronicon. I'm not making any of this stuff up. If you want Chronicon, there's a link to Chronicon in the description box right now. It's a digital link, because the paperbacks, the only paperback I have for Chronicon is Before the Flood. It's 3,000 years of world history before the flood. So that's the only paperback I got. But if you want the whole Chronicon as a PDF that you can go forward and backward in time and look at, you can even look at future dates. You can go look at all the 2030s, all the 2040s, 2050s, 2060s, it's all in Chronicon. If you want to go check it out, the link is in the description box. Now, let's see, the year 930. All right, we're done with that. So we get to 965. 965 AD, the Khazars were defeated by Prince I can't say that. It's Sviatoslav of Kiev, who led a Christian army against the Judaized Khazars. This is very compelling, guys. This is very interesting. So this is in 965 that this famous prince, Sviatoslav of Kiev, his Christian army was Russian, and they conquered the Judaized Khazars. The Jews have hated the Russians ever since. Now, what's further interesting is I know that on the world, Russia is always the outsider looking in, but I'm also thinking that Russia is playing ball and that the entire world is a captured operation. I've been thinking that for a while. I used to think Putin was a good guy, and in a sense, he probably is, but he knows his history. But something very interesting, and I know it's all theater, but he gave an address to the Russian people, and many people in Russia noticed that the painting that was on the wall behind him was this dude, Prince Sviatoslav of Kiev. Many people noticed that. And they're like, what is Putin trying to tell us? The Russian people love Putin. They love him. But he seems to play ball on the internet, like he's Jewish controlled too. But he's literally giving a public speech to his own people with Prince Sviatoslav of Kiev, who was known for defeating the Khazars. Don't know, guys. I'm gonna let you guys interpret what Putin's trying to say there. But anyway, the calendrics for this year of 965, the defeat was exactly 476 plus 476 years before the descendants of the Khazars, the socialist Bolshevik Jews, usurped Russian control and began exterminating millions of white Russian Christians in 1917. Dark calendrics. Remember, 476 was the fall of Rome. What was Rome? An empire. What happened in 1917? The fall of the Romanovs. Who were the Romanovs? The Russian imperial family. Calendrics don't lie. They add to the story. 1055 AD. 1055 AD, the Seljuk Turks took Babylon, Baghdad. The Turks were emerging as the dominant power in Asia Minor, a threat to the Greeks of Constantinople and Central Europe, and they became the dominant force at the time behind Islam. A lot of the Turks just converted to Islam. 1055, the Turks take Babylon. Calendrics, this was the 306th year of the Abbasid authority over Islam, which was then centered at Baghdad. 306 plus 306 is 612, which began Islam with Muhammad in 612 AD. This is where this whole entire exercise began today. 1063, 1063, the Turks invaded Greece in 1062 and in 1063 and destroyed with much bloodshed almost all of the Greek Christendom, as well as northwestern Italy. Just as had occurred 350 and 352 years earlier when the Muslim Saracens and Moors invaded southern Europe through Spain, the local Jews living among the Christian Greeks aided the Turks in taking the towns and enslaving the population. Just as the Islamic administration raised many Jews to prominence for their treachery against the Christian hosts, so too did the Turks elevate the Jews in their administration. No matter what empire is ruling, the Jews always position themselves into stewards, advisors, and make those kings, queens, and emperors to be financially dependent on them every single time. And the victims every single time are Christians. This is why it boils my blood. This is why I'm so short with people on X. Those of you who follow me on X, you know I get on those Christians' butt because you're so dumb. You have no idea the hatred, the animus these people feel for you, and yet you're steadily giving to all their funds. You're still sending your sons and daughters to go die for their wars, and you're steadily defending them in my chat, gaslighting the shit out of me when I know all this history. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, on X, I go off, man. I let the Christians have it because I was a Christian for 40 years, didn't know any of this. I used to defend the Jews too, and now I realize, holy shit. But all this is going to where we're going. I'm going to show you guys, but I'm going to paint the future for you guys at the end of this video. But we need to get through the historical stuff. And I knew it was going to be a long video to begin with. We're at the second hour. We still got at least another hour. But this is a 2026 predictions video. But in order for me to really lay out what's going to unfold this year and in the few years in the future, we got to get through this historical thread so you see what I see. Now, 1063, this is what happened here. The calendrics for this year are basically the Christian Greek extermination so that the Turks can move in and the Jews can control the survivors. The calendrics for this year, this was 440 and 441 years from the start of the after Hijra calendar in 622 AD. You need to remember this, especially 441. 441 is the reflection. We live in a reflective hologram. And I teach this to my Cipher community that the properties of numbers maintain even on their reflections. So the number 441 is also 144, just like the number 153 would be the number 531. It would maintain the same properties. So it's just a mirroring effect, but it doesn't change the utility of the number. Now, remember the number 441. It's going to come up on 2026. So we get to the year 1066 AD. Just weeks prior to the Norman invasion of England, the Battle of Hastings, a comet was seen. Geoffrey Guymar's L'Histoire des Anglais records that the people of England witnessed a fire in the sky that burned brilliantly, which came near to the earth, then appeared to move erratically before it then descended into the sea. In many places in England, the woods caught fire. Now, we've been gaslit by our historians because they automatically assume that every single thing ever seen in the sky that moves with a tail is a comet. But the historical record shows us that whatever this was, it changed direction a few times and that it actually landed. Comets don't land, but it actually landed somewhere, and there were fires that were started behind this throughout Britain, England. So in many places in England, the woods caught fire. So today we have, I don't know how to say that, Bayeux tapestry, which artistically depicts English soldiers pointing up at a comet that appeared in April. But that tapestry was made many years later. Harold ruled England, the last Saxon king, ascending the throne on January 5th. But his kingship was contested by King Harold of the Danes and also by William, Duke of Normandy. Pay attention, because this is a predictions video about 2026. And the royal family has literally been almost basically removed. But you're going to want to pay attention to these details. First, the Danes invaded Northumbria and occupied York. But these Danish Vikings were defeated by King Harold of England at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Meanwhile, William's army of Normandy, this is France, Norman France. Remember, Normandy, remember the French nobility was marrying into Jewish nobility. William's army of Normandy landed in Sussex. The English wall of shields repulsed the Norman cavalry charge after charge, but a ruse, a retreat was conducted by William that the English fell prey to and were defeated. William of Normandy became King of England. Unlike the prior Viking invasions, the Normans by this time were thoroughly Christianized. William the Conqueror began the construction of what later became the Tower of London. Many attendants in William's force were Jewish. The native English were not Jewish sympathizers. With the Norman invasion of England, continental Jews saw all sorts of new business opportunities in a new land. Throughout the entire Norman kingdom, the Jews maintained a strong presence in England. So we have the same situation as when the Muslims invaded Spain. As soon as they secured whole areas of Spain, Jews from all over the Mediterranean and Arabic world flooded Spain because they saw all the opportunities. They're enslaving the white Christian populations. You understand the skin trade has always been big in Jewish culture. So throughout the entire Norman kingdom, the Jews maintained a strong presence in England. So in Granada, Spain, though, the Jews are expelled and they're killed by Muslims. So here's the parasite-host relationship at work. So they've used the Muslims to do all kinds of things, but even they don't give a damn about them. The Jewish population in Spain has basically cannibalized so much in Spain that now they're affecting the Muslim population. But the Muslim population's in power, so they kick their asses out. So while Jews are expelled from Granada, Spain, and killed by Muslims, at the cities of Mentz, Worms, Spiers, Treves, and Verden, all in Germany, Jews are expelled, killed, and forced to convert to Christianity. Also, Jews are expelled from Toledo, Spain, and killed by Crusaders. This is 1066 AD. Here's the calendrics for 1066. It is the year 990 of the Saka calendar, which is 90 times 11. It is the year 540 Anno Domini, since the Anno Domini calendar was created in 526. 540 is divisible by 108. It is an Anunnaki Nur, a 600-year period before the Great Fire of London. So we have fires all over England from some strange thing in the sky. And exactly 600 years later, we have the city of London burning from a fire in 1666. There's that 666 again. It is a very powerful calendrical node. Now, we need to do a post note on William of Normandy real quick. Going back to 1051. So, William of Normandy was called the Bastard. He was the son of Robert I, Duke of Normandy, and his Jewish mistress, Herleve, who was the daughter of Fulbert. At this time, it was kept a secret as best as possible. Herleve may have been baptized as a cover. Robert I was known either as the Magnificent or as the Devil. In 1051, while sieging Domfront, William made a lightning dash to the walled town of Algnon, where the inhabitants jeered him about his stepfather, the Jewish tanner. The gates were open from inside to the horror. Some speculate Jewish sympathizers with William opened those gates. And then William took the city, and he had 32 leading citizens' hands and feet cut off. Yeah. So the people of the city he was attacking literally made fun of him because of his Jewish pedigree. William of Normandy, who conquered Britain, who conquered England. So we get to 1092 AD. We get to 1092 AD. In this year emerged the Order of the Deadly Assassins of the Ismaili, who brought terror to Persia, Iran, under their leader, Hassan I-Sabah. Bold public assassinations using daggers resulted in widespread panic among Islamic rulers. The dagger is the assassin's weapon, but it's also the official symbol for the second seal. Crossed swords or daggers is the symbol of the Muslim Brotherhood. 1092 AD, the calendrics. Again, we have this number. It is the year 1404 of the Seleucid calendar. The Syrian Greek calendar. Can't make this up. That is precisely 52 times 27. This number pops up over and over and over, connected to 2026. This is the year 828 of the Egyptian Coptic calendar. 828 is 138 times 6. We get to the year 1144 AD. We're moving right along. 1144 AD, the city of Edessa fell to the Muslims, and the second crusade ended in failure. So this is thank you, Narmash. So this is many Jews are expelled from Spain in this year. The calendrics for this year it's 1,728 years, which is 864 plus 864 since the fall of Judah. The fall of Jews, 580 was supposed to be 585 BC. This is also 1,188, which is 108 times 11 of the Roman Julian calendar, 45 BC. 1146 AD. In this year, throughout Germany, the able-bodied male population amassed into a Crusader army after hearing an agent of the Vatican named Bernard preach among them. The man was gifted and instilled in them a religious fervor to smite the Muslims who had dared to take back Christian holdings earlier Crusaders had died for. So he basically provided a pep talk. The Second Crusade's almost even totally over anyway when he did this. The papacy trained men to go out and excite the population, having found that Europeans were zealous to protect the Holy Land. The papacy wanted armies and saw in this a scheme to get rich. In just a few short years, the Inquisition would bleed Europe of its widowed women by burning many of them at the stake and confiscating their wealth. The spirit of the papacy is demonstrated in the letter of Bernard written to Pope Eugenius III when he traveled among the Germans under King Conrad II. This is what this agent of the Vatican wrote the Pope. I opened my mouth, I spoke, and at once the Crusaders have multiplied to infinity. Villages and towns are now deserted. You will scarcely find one man to every 7 women. Everywhere you see widows whose husbands are still alive. This was a literal exodus of masses of Germans who would not make it back from the battles of the Second Crusade. The calendrics for this year. This was exactly 2592 years, 864 times 3, after the exodus of Israel from Egypt in 1447 BC. An ancient year when the Israelites were heading toward the Holy Land. German Christians believing in the Bible made an exodus from Germany to the Holy Land. And it's in the calendrics, fusing it to the biblical story and the biblical chronology. It is, you can't make this shit up. This is the year 670 from the fall of Rome. The number 670 is always indicative of the fall of a people. Always. Remember, I've showed you several presentations where the number 670 comes up. It's always the collapse of empire or the fall of a people. 670. Remember the Sumerian king list, the 7 kings of the Sumerian king list, they ruled for 241,200 shars before the flood. Now, Billy Carson's going to tell you that's 250,000 years. But the true calendrics, if you interpret it the way the Sumerians interpreted all this cuneiform, it's very simple. It's 241,200 turnings of the stars on a lunisolar calendar of 360 days a year. It's very simple. It's precisely 670 years. That's how long the dynasty of the 7 kings of the Anunnaki ruled. Precisely 670 years. Anybody can do it with a calculator. It's real simple. The Sumerian king list says they ruled 241,200 shars. So get your calculator out, and all you got to do is the number 360, the lunisolar calendar, the number 360 times 670, 670. You will see that your calculator says 241,200. That is the exact amount of shars on an ancient 4,000-year-old Sumerian prism for the duration of the 7 kings of the Anunnaki before the 670th year, when the flood ended their dynasty. Don't take my word for it. Add it up. Do the math yourself. So the calendrics show a massive exodus, and here it is. This is also the year 540 after Hijra. 540 is another one of those 20 major calendrical numbers. The number 540, it's 108 times 5. There's that number 108 again. Now, these are just Hijra. So I've been showing you these major calendrical numbers on the Anno Domini calendar, the calendar you and I are under today worldwide. The AD calendar that came up in 526 AD, and it was specifically designed to hide an older system based off 552-year epics. That's a whole different subject matter in my Phoenix playlist. But the Roman Catholic Church literally created the calendar that we're living in today, the Anno Domini calendar, to hide from the people that there is a devastating cycle that you need to know about. A reset cycle that is predicated on 552-year periods. And that 3 of those periods, 1,656 years, is total systemic reset, meaning the entire world dies unless you are somewhere very, very well protected, like deep underground. So that's not 2040. We're waiting on a Phoenix phenomenon dating 2040, but it's only 3rd magnitude. The 1656 year period comes up as 4th magnitude. Now, that's not a subject matter of this video, and a lot of you that are new to my channel don't know what I'm talking about, but I literally have entire books published and massive amount of videos on these presentations on the Phoenix. But for all intents and purposes right here, we're going to abandon the Anno Domini calendar and just look at the Muslim calendar, and you're going to see that the calendrics applies even to the Muslim calendar. Here is AH 600, meaning this is the year 600 Anno Hijra, or after Hijra. This is the Islamic calendar, and the year 600 is our 1204 AD. What happened? The Crusaders sacked the Greek city of Byzantium, Constantinople, the capital of the former Eastern Roman Empire. Discontent with losses in the Holy Land, hunger, lack of pay, general anarchy led to the sacking of the city. Constantinople fell to the Italian Crusaders in what has been called the False Crusade. The attack instigated by Dandolo, who hated the Greeks. For 3 days, the Italians raped the city, Church, public, and private wealth was taken and libraries destroyed. This is the 600th year, or Anunnaki Ner, 600th year after Hijra, Muslim calendar. In the 800th year after Hijra is our 1398 AD. Mongol conqueror Tamerlane invaded India, nearly destroying Delhi, how you pronounce it. India had a Muslim population that witnessed the might of the Mongols. This is the year 800 after Hijra. In the year 864 after Hijra, we have 1460 AD, Anno Domini. In 864 after Hijra, Mainz, Germany, Bohemia, Faenza, Italy, the Jews are expelled from all these places. Nicholas of Cusa published his work called The Sieving of the Quran. It was research demonstrating that the writings used to compose the Muslim Quran were not divine inspiration, but from purely human historical events. That's 864, Foundation of Time number, AH. In the year 1400 after Hijra, which is our 1980 AD, President Carter of the United States breaks off diplomatic relations with Iran after a U.S. commando mission failed to take back the American embassy hostages in Tehran. Now, in this year also, the British SAS succeeded in getting hostages away from Iranian terrorists. The Israeli Knesset declared a united Jerusalem to be the capital of Israel. This is in 1980. Many of you were alive when this happened. In 1980, which is 1400 of the Muslim calendar, a Zionist demonstration in Jerusalem on March 23rd ceremoniously burned hundreds of copies of the New Testament. This is a statement of hatred toward Christianity done in Israel by Jews. In 1980, Iraq invades Iran. The subject matter is the Shat al-Arab waterway. This is what's really going on in 1980. Iraq wanted access to a waterway that was in the possession of Iran. It ended up being an 8-year-long war with millions dying. Iraqi planes attacked airfields and oil refineries in 1980. The Shah of Iran, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, died. In 1984, there's that number again that's connected to 2026. Over and over and over. 1404 AH. 1404 AH. 52 times 27. In Israel, the Temple Institute becomes the official with the objective to rebuild the temple on the Temple Mount, where presently the Muslim Dome of the Rock is located. So for a little history here, there hasn't been a major Israeli push to secure the Dome of the Rock site because there were a lot of things that needed to be done. So all through the 90s and early thousands, the Temple Institute in Jerusalem has been very meticulously reforging all the original utensils, all the temple artifacts. They've been putting everything together, the candelabra, everything for the sacrificial, the abysses, the bronze abysses, everything has been putting together. A huge veil, everything they've ever found in Jewish literature that belonged in the temple, they have been replicating it and getting it perfect. But one of the things that they were having a problem with was there was no red heifers anywhere in the world that were blemishless. And according to the rabbinate requires red heifers for sacrifice in order to consecrate the new temple. There must be a red heifer sacrifice, and it must be without blemish. And no one's ever been able to produce them until about 2 years ago. A rancher in Texas was able to produce red heifers, and they are acceptable. They are without blemish. So now Israel has access to red heifer sacrificial acceptable cattle. So remember, other presentations I show you guys where this really came from. Yeah, the reason non-Jews are called goyim, it's a reference to cattle. And the sacrifice of a red heifer actually goes to an ancient Egyptian custom that the Jews adopted, where the ancient Egyptians, who hated red-headed Caucasians, who were the Hyksos, who ruled over them, they, after they were gone, they were referred to them as Typhonians. From Typhon, the phoenix, it's associated to the number 138. Typhon, these red-headed people were called Typhonians, and it was derogatory. And the ancient Egyptians used to think that they could thwart disaster by basically confessing all their misdeeds and everything they've ever done into a red-headed individual. And once that red-headed individual had listened to everything terrible and nefarious and fucked up that they're admitting, they're confessing, then they would sacrifice that individual. And in that belief system, the sacrificial victim became the scapegoat and bore all the sin. They literally cursed somebody and killed them, and their death absolved them. It's really stupid, but it's the same thing as a Jew today shaking a chicken. When they shake a chicken, they think all the sins of the Jew go into the chicken. This is their belief today. But today, the sacrifice of a red heifer is literally a symbolic euphemism for the human sacrifice of Jews killing red-headed people. It's the same concept, every bit of it. It's only been modernized to be accepted. So over and over and over, these people have been caught doing human sacrifices. They get kicked out of all these different countries. But we live in 2026, and that's not really acceptable anymore. So wherever the human sacrifices are being done, they're not being done in the public. The public gets to see the red heifer sacrifice. But behind the scenes, somewhere, there's some poor bastard getting killed at the same time. So this is pretty dark. It's pretty dark, man, but this is what's going on. So there's a problem, and that problem is the Dome of the Rock. Problem is the Dome of the Rock. Now, you have to understand, too, the Dome of the Rock is not the original. The Dome of the Rock that's on Temple Mount right now is not the original Dome of the Rock. In the historical record, there's like 8 different earthquakes that damaged that structure, and 2 times the dome collapsed. And one time they had to rebuild it in like 1033 AD. Another time, 1015. Right before that, 1015 was a terrible earthquake that damaged the structure. 1837, an earthquake did shake Jerusalem and also damaged the Dome of the Rock. But there was a total collapse it was either the 11th century or the 12th century. There was a total collapse. The whole dome collapsed, and they rebuilt. The entire Dome of the Rock had been totally rebuilt. So it's not the original structure. It's just the original location. All right. Now, like I said, this is a 2026 predictions video, but this is all had to be get out in order so we can all get on the same page. So the summary. This analysis of major calendrical numbers involves Islam, Iran, Persia, Jews working with Muslims against Christians, Jews expelled from regions, Muslim-Christian conflict, and the following numbers are what bridges several different calendrical systems together, linking all of these events to 2026. This is what we just went through. We just went through all this. Here are the numbers you saw. Now, many times, if you don't recognize some of these numbers, it's because you saw the greater denominator, such as the number 180 is 90 plus 90. You saw 1440, which is 720 plus 720. You may have saw the number 44. You may have saw like the number 414, which is merely 138 times 3. So you saw the number 552, a Phoenix cycle, which is 138 times 4. These are the most epic numbers in calendrics. And calendrics is merely the study of when major historical events happened on what years of different calendars. You can take all 40-something different calendars of the old world and modern world, put them side by side, and then mark all the major events that happened in those cultures. And it's going to shock you when you see that calendars seem to be programming, and that major events on one calendar mirror major events on a totally separate calendar. Different years in world history, but the same year on different calendars. It is amazing. My whole magnum opus, Chronicon, shows this over and over and over, forward and backward in time, the palindromic sequencing of nature. But in the numbers 1 through 10,000, there's a whole lot of numbers between 1 through 10,000. But the only ones that actually have predictive value and show you these amazing formulas are right here on the screen for you to see right now. That's them. That's them. And that's a real extreme minority of numbers. The rest of them are just backfilled so that these numbers can work their magic. So let's move on. Let's move on. We are done with that. So we're done with that one. Let me now get this next one out. Yeah, man, if you guys like long videos, man, you'll like this one. Because we're on 2 hours and 35 minutes. Let's see. I don't know, man. All right, this is a much shorter document, but we need to get through it. And we'll get through it fast. So I took you through the history of the world since the very advent of Islam itself. And I only applied these numbers. The numbers you see right here. This is the only application that I use where major events in world history seem to fall on these numbers here, connected to 2026 in different ways. But now, remember, if something is true, you're always going to be able to see it from different vantage points. So this is an entirely different analysis, totally different. Now, we're going to take the same numbers and we're simply going to subtract them from the year 2026. To see what the calendars show us. You guys ready for this? I need to see it I need to know that you guys are still paying attention and that you're not having just a party over here by yourselves, not paying attention to me. Are you ready to see this? The same numbers that we just discovered link all these events between Christianity and Islam, exoduses, and all these intrigues, these exact numbers we just went through, we're going to subtract them from the year 2026 to see how these sums bridge events in time and space to this year of 2026. Let's do it. 2026 is 46 years, which is exactly 552 months. 138 times 4. From the year 1980. We already discussed 1980. It is the beginning of the Iraq-Iran war. Persia, Iran is at war. So we go to the next number, 60. 60 years before 2026 is the year 1966. The British Colonial Office in London closed its doors, marking the official death of the British Empire. A major U.S. offensive is made against Viet Cong's Iron Triangle area, and U.S. bombers attack the North Vietnamese cities of Hanoi and Haiphong. So, 60 years before 2026, 60 years, there's a major political cycle ending and beginning for Great Britain. 60 years before 2026, the United States is bombing a foreign country. 63 years before 2026 is 1963. Algeria, Africa, the Jews are expelled after Algerian independence. 70 years before 2026 is 1956. The Jews are expelled from Egypt. The Jews are expelled from Cuba, and they're forced into exile. This is just 1956. This just recently happened. 70 years before 2026. 72 years before 2026 is 1954. Senator Joseph McCarthy accuses the CIA of being infiltrated by communists, and he was correct. He also claims that communists had infiltrated America's nuclear weapons plants, and President Eisenhower moves to stop McCarthy from investigating the CIA. What's interesting here is that McCarthyism wasn't just exposing communists. He had a list of thousands of names of all these people who were employed in the United States government, and they were all Jewish. He gave his speech on the Senate floor. It launched what's called McCarthyism. This was 72 years ago, 1954. American politicians became aware and started resisting the fact that Jews had already infiltrated the Senate, Congress, and the highest levels of power in the United States. Okay, also in 1954, the elected government of Iran, Persia, was overthrown by a conspiracy spearheaded by the CIA and MI6 of Britain because Iran was nationalizing the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, now known as British Petroleum. The Israeli government in Operation Susanna planned to blow up American targets in Egypt and plant false witnesses and evidence, making it look as if Egyptians were responsible so as to incite the American people to go to war against Egypt. Sound familiar? Sound like the USS Liberty? That's 72 years right there after 1954. 80 years before 2026, 80 years before this year was 1946. The League of Nations is formally dissolved, and the United Nations begins its first year. The British in Palestine arrest many leading Zionists, and they retaliate by detonating a bomb in the King David Hotel, where the British military headquarters were situated. The Soviet-backed Kurdish Republic of Mohammed declared its independence from Iran. British troops withdrew from Iran. The Soviet Union withdrew from Iran. This is 80 years before 2026. 108 years before 2026 is 1918. The new Russian secret police became the terror of Russia, a force run by Bolshevik Jews. Beginning in this year and continuing on through 1959, the Jewish-run concentration camp program in Russia and Siberia saw the extermination by starvation, freezing, torture, executions, and laboring to death of 66 million Russian Christians. General Allenby of Britain defeats the Turks at the Battle of Megiddo, known as Armageddon Valley. This was exactly 20 years after 603 BC, when foreigners, Egyptians, were defeated by foreigners, Babylonians, for Jerusalem and Judah. As this was a tragic year for Islamic nations and power, we find it 1,296 years after the start of the Muslim Hijra calendar in 622 AD. So that number 1296 is just 144 and 108, but it's an important number because it's perfectly divisible by both of these important calendric numbers, 144 and 108. So 144 years before this year of 2026 is 1882. Russia expels the Jews. Britain invades Egypt, occupied by the Turks. This was 1,260 years since the start of the Islamic after Hijra calendar in 622 AD. Russia passed the May laws against the Jews. These laws stopped them from certain financial practices, removing their businesses, and even forced many to migrate back into Eastern Europe. That's 144. 12 times 12, it is considered a calendar round. 240 years before 2026 is the year 1786. Morocco, the Jews are expelled for a third time. Jeddah, Arabia, the Jews are expelled by Sultan Abdulhamid I. The Bavarian government publishes the details of the plot of the Illuminati to initiate the French Revolution, as well as international designs to control the world through banking cartels. All ideas originally fomented by Mayer Amschel Rothschild, a Jewish banker. Copies of the report are sent to the heads of state throughout Europe and the USA, but the order was already too entrenched in the financed through the banks. The warnings about the Illuminati and their plans were thus downplayed. 288 years before 2026, 144 plus 144 is the year 1738. Württemberg, Germany expels the Jews. The Jews of Russia are again expelled after allegations of financial malpractice. 300 years before 2026, 60 years times 5. It's like 5 fire horses. Is the year 1726. The spirit of revival instilled a powerful Christian movement in the English colonies of North America known as the Great Awakening. You can't make this shit up. We're going through a great awakening right now. It's bifurcated. There are people who are divorced from the Christian psyop. Christianity is a psyop. But still, there's a lot of good souls who believe the Christian story, and they're a part of the Great Awakening as well. But they've fallen for other versions, like MAGA, Christian conservatism. They've fallen for the socio-political BS, but still it's a part of the awakening. So here it is that 2026 is linked to North America waking up. 360 years, 60 times 6, 360 years, it's a lunisolar year, before 2026. Este, Italy, the Jews are expelled. The Great Fire of London devastates the city in 1666. The Dutch fleet engaged the English at the mouth of the Thames River and saw 6,000 English dead, with only 800 Dutch fatalities. The English lost 23 vessels. This was the 600th year since the Norman invasion of England in 1066. 420 years before 2026 is 1606. In December, 3 ships launched from London, carrying 144 people. These ships were the Susan Constant, the Godspeed, and the Discovery. All men to settle North America, Jamestown. This was the 1080th year, 108 times 10. This is the 1080th year of the Anno Domini calendar, which began in 526. So this is 2026 is connected to the beginning of America, of the United States. I told you to remember this number. It was heavy in the calendrics. But 441 years before 2026. This is a holographic reflection of 144. 1585 AD. Venice, Italy expels the Jews. Sir Walter Raleigh sponsored the Roanoke colony on an island on the North Carolina coast, but the settlers vanish without a trace. Even Virginia Dare, the first white European settler from England born in America, was among the missing. The settlers disappeared with food still out on the tables, and all of their belongings were intact. This is referred to as the Lost Colony. 540 years before 2026 is 1486. Gubbio, Italy, Jews are expelled. And at Syracuse, Caltagirone, I guess it's Ciata, Malta, Italy. All these places, the Jews throughout Italy are expelled. Henry VII of England married Elizabeth, daughter of Edward V, uniting the English houses of York and Lancaster in an immensely popular move. 720 years before 2026 is 1306. The Jews are expelled from France by King Philip IV. 756 is 108 times 7. Before 2026 is the year 1270. Europe embarks upon the Eighth Crusade, which was largely unsuccessful. So the West attacked the Middle East, but it was very unsuccessful. 770 years before 2026 is the year 1256. The Mongols under Hulagu Khan crushed the assassins and burned their great library in the fortress of Alamut. The assassins were in Persia. 880 years before 2026 was the year 1146. Second Crusade, Germany empties into the Middle East at the behest of a Vatican agent. We already read about that account. 930 years before, let me see this, yeah. So this is 930 years before 2026. 930 is one of the most epic calendrical numbers. I've explained this many times. It is 138 plus 792, the Nemesis X number. 930 is 138 plus 792. Major calendrics number. 930 years before 2026 is the year 1096. Here's what happened in 1096, connected to 2026. Peter the Hermit had ignited Europe, preaching that it was the duty of Europeans as the children of God to take back Jerusalem from the Muslims. Because so many commoners with no or little military experience joined the crowds of people, the expedition was referred to as the People's Crusade. At this time, the bankers throughout Europe were Jewish, and the Christian knights found themselves states to finance their armies. Throughout the Rhineland, it was perceived that the Jewish population was becoming enriched from Christians who were losing their holdings to go on the crusade to deliver Jerusalem, which ironically was the ancient Jewish capital. Isn't that weird? No Jews would go fight for Jerusalem. So Godefroy de Bouillon, the sovereign of Lower Lotharingia, I can't pronounce those, Lotharingia, Ardennes, present-day Holland, and the Rhine provinces of Cologne issued a decree that all remaining Jews living in Lower Lotharingia should be killed if they did not leave the domain. As a result, the wealthy Jews, remember, this dude's just like Torquemada. Torquemada was Jewish, but he was under the Spanish. He was torturing all these Jews and getting information from them. Yeah, he's terrible. This guy here is of both. He's of both Norman and Jewish blood. Quickly, word spread throughout Europe of the scheme, and many Christian kings extorted payments from the Jews in their countries in the same way to help for the crusade. So this guy came up with a badass scheme. Remember, he's of both Norman and Jewish blood. He came up with a scheme just to scare all the super rich Jews into thinking they were going to get expelled. So behind the scenes, they came to him and offered him a whole bunch of money to leave him the hell alone. So he did that. And when other European monarchies saw the result, the Jews ended up staying. But now all throughout Europe, they had to pay all these kings and queens to not pass, edicts to expel the Jews. So, all right. So, but even this payment in some places was not enough to stem the rising popular animosity against the Jews. That says something right there. Count Emmerich of the Rhineland killed many of them in the region of Cologne, and the Crusaders killed more in the city of Prague and Regensburg. In three large groups, the beginning of the People's Crusade army traveled eastward in Hungary, where they were slaughtered by the Turks. Masses of zealous but ill-prepared people. Two more groups of this army moved forward, led by Peter the Hermit, and they crossed the Bosphorus Strait opposite Constantinople, only to be butchered by the Turks. Also, many of them were sold into slavery. Peter the Hermit literally wired up the common people who were ill-prepared for war on a religious vibration and got all these people literally to march themselves into death and slavery. He did that. Peter the Hermit's army of 30,000 with women and children in tow met the Turks at Civitas. Some say that Peter was killed. By all accounts, the women and children were abused and sold into slavery. Other accounts have it that Peter actually escaped with a few knights and made it back to Constantinople about the same time that Godefroy de Bouillon set out from Lower Lotharingia with his own much better prepared, trained, and equipped army. On Christmas Day, Godefroy arrived to the city, and even the most conservative estimates make the Christian Crusader army to be numbered at 600,000 men, camped outside Constantinople at the end of the year. This was a Crusader army. This one was equipped. Peter the Hermit, I'm going to have to side with those who say that he actually escaped with retainers and that it was all psyop. Just like the Prester John psyop. Yeah, I'm all for the conspiracies and the intrigues because we're dealing with people who are masters at what they do. So yeah, that was just like the whole Children's Crusade, all that stuff. Anyway, we get to the next year, which is 1,104 years before 2026. This again is 552 plus 552. 1104 is divisible by the number 138. This is 1104 years before 2026 is the year 922 AD. And in this year, the Sufis formally branched away from Greater Islam. They were mystics, and most of them departed Baghdad and settled in Iran, where they were tolerated. And then, of course, we get to where we started. 1,404 years before 2026 was the year 622, the beginning of the Muslim after Hijra calendar. In Medina, the Jews are expelled and killed, overseen by Muhammad. Arab leaders in Mecca planned on assassinating the religious reformer Muhammad, but the plot is revealed and Muhammad escaped to Medina, which was then known as Yathrib, where the majority of his followers were gathered. The flight of Muhammad is called his Hijra, which became the foundation year for the Islamic lunar calendar, the Hijra. Okay, we got all that. So this data set is using the very numbers that the first data set used in showing you all these things that are connected to 2026. Here's two entirely separate ways of looking at 2026, but we can't be done until I show you a third. If something is true, you're going to see it from multiple different vantage points. Everything that we have seen so far paints us a picture, an amalgamation of all these events that are synthesized into the holography of 2026. So the third one is by far the most interesting. We are now going to look at the isometric projections attached to 2026. Only my veterans and Cyphernauts even know what I'm talking about, but that's okay. You'll follow. You will follow. You will follow it. Let's see here. All right. Are you guys ready for? Okay, we're almost 3 hours. We're getting close to closing. So you guys ready for the ISO now? I still got you paying attention in the chat. All right, let's see. Open this one up. See what we got going on here. All right. So this is the third analysis here. These are tightly controlled. Isometric projections is because the structuring of time space is like architecture. So we have these palindromic sequences, and you guys already know on my presentations, I have so many examples. I'll sometimes even take 1 year and just go forward and backward in time and show you all the years like a pyramid of what happened. It's beautiful. It's the structuring of space-time is amazing, and it shows the falsity of this reality. This is a perceivable experience, not an actual experience. So all right, so let's share this. Oh, I'm already sharing it. How'd that happen? How'd that happen? So this is the beauty of it. So the year 694 AD, in the year 694 AD is 666 years to the year 1360. And then 1360 is another 666 years to this year of 2026. So let's look at it. In 694, we have the 17th Council of Toledo, Spain. It was written, the impious Jews dwelling within the frontiers of our kingdom have entered into a plot in order that they might act as one against the Christian race. This is an official government council in Spain. They're having a lot of problems with Islam and the Jews. So this is the year 694. And 666 years later is 1360, when Hungary expelled the Jews. They were expelled by Christians. And again, also in Bologna, Italy, also expelled the Jews by Cardinal Albornoz. It's a real simple isometric projection, but it still contains these unique numbers, and it's thematic. Thematic meaning it's talking about expulsions, it's talking about Jews, problems with Christians. And again, Spain keeps coming up, which was major Christian kingdoms back at the time. At the time, Spain was the farthest west in Christendom. Let's see, due west of Rome. So that's a real simple one. The next one is 714 AD is 656 years to 1370, which is another 656 years to 2026. 714, the Spanish kingdom of King Roderick falls to the Muslim Moors. Escaping the Muslims, a fleet is formed and Europeans sail into the Atlantic. Now, it doesn't have anything to do with this presentation, but there's a lot of good evidence that the origin of the Toltecs, whom the Aztecs venerated, the Toltecs were bearded. They were Spanish. It was a fleet of Spaniards that landed in Mexico long before the Spanish conquistadors came centuries later. The origin of the bearded Toltecs was probably from this incident right here, when fleets of Europeans took to ship to escape the Muslims and made it over to Mexico. All right. Toltecs. Who said that? Andrew White? Excuse me. All right. So this was 656 years to 1370. And 1370, the Jews are expelled by Christians from Brussels, Belgium. 656 years later is our 2026. The year 734 AD is 646 years to 1380. 1380 AD is 138 times 10. What happened in this year? After the defeat of the Saracens and Moors in France, a widespread white European animosity toward the Jews arose for their participation in letting the Muslim atrocities in Spain and southern France. As this was the Dark Ages, we have a few records, but the picture emerging is one of terror on the part of the Jews, who saw their own lives in peril should the Muslims pull all the way out of Europe. White enslavement, confiscation of properties, and even the abduction of beautiful Visigothic females would guarantee that the Jews would be dealt with harshly. The communication network of the Jews was international and centuries before any other nation or nationality. Ships full of Jewish people and their belongings took off from European ports and gathered to vanish over the western Atlantic to an unknown and uninhabited land. Some called their destination Calalis, and the general consensus among researchers is that the Jewish fleet sailed to Central America. A fleet of Jews also fled Rome. It was during this period we have other testimonies from ancient writers that it was suspected that there was a large landmass on the other side of the Atlantic. So we already have Christian fleets that later became Toltecs landing in Mexico. Once they were there, Jews probably would have known it. There probably would have been interaction, and then turn around, the Jewish fleets escaping persecution would have followed them. And this is an explanation for why so many ancient American traditions and beliefs are so Old Testamentish. They're so Jewish. They're so biblical. There's many different cultures would record things differently. Their frames of reference are different. But when it comes to the story of the Tower of Babel and the Great Flood, the stories in ancient Mexico are almost identical to what you read in the book of Genesis. And that's not how different cultures in different hemispheres would have recorded the same events. So this has long been the subject of a lot of good research in the 1800s when they were trying to figure out why ancient Mexico has traditions that are so Jewish. It's so Old Testamentish. So where is at the end of that one? Communication. This is also the origin of the 7 cities of Cibola. Oh yeah. So there's 7 cities of Cibola, and there's supposed to be like 7 gold cities of Cibola. So here we have this, this is how traditions are formed. So what if you had 7 ships full of Jews laden with treasures, all their wealth? Oh, jealous Christians would be thinking, oh man, those Jews are taking off and they got everything in those ships. All of our wealth and money and silver and gold, and rumors come back later, man, that they made it to they made it to Calalis, which is Central America. And they make it to Calalis. Wow, the word comes back. Oh, it was way before Columbus. Remember, Columbus had access to ancient records of communication, maps, and transatlantic voyages. Columbus wrote that he had access to all this. Columbus actually visited Bristol, England, to go copy a map that was of North America. So what's crazy about that is it may have been the Zeno map, because the Zeno map is dated 1380. What's this date right here? 1380 AD. The Zeno brothers map is dated 1380 as well. Shows North America. Anyway, let's go with our parts of North America. So this was 646 years to 1380, which was 646 years to 2026. Also, 1380. Also in 1380, Jews were expelled by Christians in Slovakia. Jews were expelled in Rome. So we get to the year 966. 966 AD is 530 years to 1496, which is 530 years to 2026. In 966, King Bulan of Khazaria of Turkey, a Turkic people, passed a royal edict to enforce conversion to Judaism, the official religion. This is the birth of the Ashkenazi Jewish line. They were already converting before this. Way before this, the Khazars were already converting because they were so close to Christian kingdoms and so close to Muslim territory. So many people in Khazar, there isn't one year where they just all did it. The historical record shows that it was gradual, but it was this year that the king of Khazari made it mandatory. And that was only after a large, significant amount of the population had already done it. They'd already done it. The calendrics are awesome because 966 is 138 times 7. You can't make this shit up. This is when it happened. 966 is 138 times 7. And it's 530 years to the year 1496. In 1496, in Naples, Italy, the Jews are expelled. They're expelled again from Naples, Italy, and Florence, Italy. The Jews are expelled along with the Medicis by, I don't know how to say that, Savonarola of Portugal. So Jews are partially expelled by King Manuel I. Also, they're expelled from Carinthia, Slovenia. They're expelled by Emperor Maximum I. Styria, Austria, they're expelled. So, yeah, man, it's really crazy. So crazy. So now we get to the next. This one. I think this one close to the last one. No, we're halfway done. So here's another isometric projection. 1150 AD is 438 years to 1588, and 438 years to 2026. We have 1150, with the Muslim Moors set to take the Christian city of Merida, Spain. 7 bishops and their congregations fled Spain by ship. This is the third large fleet leaving Spain. Carrying their religious relics, it was believed that the fleet sailed west over the Atlantic, where they established 7 cities. This is the origin of the 7 cities of gold myth that fueled the fervor of some of the Spanish conquistadors. So they already knew. Spanish conquistadors there already knew that some of their ancestors had already taken this route. So the second fleet only went because the first fleet had to have sent word back that there was a land over here, Calales, which is Mexico. So the third fleet went because they've already know that the second fleet has sent word back. So now we have early, way before Christopher Columbus, who was actually a Genoan Jew, who's named Cristobal Colon. Way before 1492, which was a major Jewish expulsion date. Out of the kingdoms of Aragon and Castile came together, and they evicted all the Jews in 1492. And they even made Cristobal Colon, who they knew was a Jewish navigator, hold his ship. Even though he was ready to go, they made him wait, and they did not give him leave of port until the day 1492 when all the Jews were expelled. He was allowed to sail away on that day. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that history. But it's here is 1150, and here's the third major fleet leaving Spain, going to Mexico. So this whole idea that Mexican culture is only because of the Spanish conquistadors is a lie. It's a lie. This Mexican culture, it antedates the Aztecs. It's older than the Aztecs. It also explains Barry Fell's research. Barry Fell has shown a tremendous amount of Semitic, Syrophoenician, Libyan, Hebrew, Visigothic script, runes, all kinds of stuff all over Mexico and North America. So this was 438 years before 1588, which was 438 years before 2026. So let's look at it. What is it connected to? We're dealing with a major fleet, a huge fleet of ships leaving, and it's connected to America. Look at this. 1588, King Philip of Spain attacks England with the dreaded Spanish Armada in response to the execution of the Catholic Queen Mary of Scotland. About 130 large warships set out from Lisbon, Portugal in May toward Britain. This was essentially a religious war where Catholic Spain sought to impose Catholicism on Protestant England, Anglican England, really, using the execution of Mary as a pretext. To the amazement of all of Europe, the small and poorly outfitted British vessels repelled the Spanish fleet. 54 light vessels against 130 warships. Though the British cannons could hardly penetrate the Spanish armor, their defense provoked the Armada to sail around Scotland. But as they sailed around Scotland, a violent storm laid waste to many of the warships, with the remaining vessels sailing back to Spain in disgrace. The event signaled the end of the Spanish naval power and began England's rise as the naval power of the world. So the English, they don't have these warships. Spain came with the ships of the line. There was nothing more sophisticated. The ships of the line had a massive displacement of water. They came with double and triple decks of cannons and guns. And there's no way the British ships could have actually survived if the British ships were bigger. But the problem with the Spanish fleet is you can't navigate ships of the line. They're giant hulks and they're heavy. And they're designed to take damage and give a lot of damage. But it's a different style of warfare. The British are on these light little ships that can move around, not get hit, and basically, man, it just stressed out the Spanish because they couldn't really do anything with them. The British got out there and got their paper. So that's what happened there. Shocked the world. So here we have in 1150. We have a major fleet from Spain going west to the Americas. 438 years later, in 1588, we have a major fleet leaving Spain, with most of them not coming back. 438 years later is 2026. In the year 1970, it's 28 years to the year 1998. And 28 years after 1998 is 2026. So, let's say year 1998 again. 666 plus 666 plus 666. Yeah, my Archaic veterans know all about that year. So, 1970, an Israeli air raid on Cairo, Egypt, kills 70 civilians. The Syrians and Israelis engage in battle in April. Palestinians hijack 4 passenger aircraft and negotiate the release of Palestinian prisoners held in Israel, Switzerland, West Germany, and Britain. This is 28 years to 1998. President Clinton signed into law H.R. 4655, called the Iraq Liberation Act, which represented a plan for a regime change in Iraq, calling for the fall of Saddam Hussein. 28 years later is 2026. Didn't the United States just cause a regime change in Iran? 1778 is 128 years to 1902. And 124 years. And 124 years after 1902 is this year of 2026. In the year 1778, Captain John Paul sailed to France and then to Scotland and England in the Ranger, capturing a British warship named Drake off the coast of Ireland. Flying the American flag, this was the first time foreign governments recognized the Stars and Stripes. So for the United States, 1778 was integral as international prestige. So France now entered the American War of Independence, aiding the colonies against Britain. The French Navy under Admiral Joseph de Grasse won a great naval battle against the British at Sandy Hook. Where have you heard that before? One of the very few French Navy victories over England. Yeah, the French were never really successful against the English. The English Navy was awesome. The United States adopts as its Great Seal the Great Pyramid and Eye icon, first depicted upon a $50 colonial note. Also on the Great Seal, on the obverse, was a depiction of the phoenix, the choice of Benjamin Franklin, who believed that the eagle was a bad choice, a bird unclean and of evil disposition. So prominent was the phoenix ideal in the early American minds that the very first American steamship put to sea was the vessel called Phoenix, from Hoboken, New York, to Philadelphia, right after the turn of the 19th century. 1778, our Great Seal. In 1778, the United States is officially recognized as a naval power. In 1778, the United States minted its Great Seal, which is the seal that separates them from all the other nations. Every nation has its own seal. the phoenix was a part of the seal of the United States of America. This was 124 years to 1902. So, 1902, after the 1901 assassination of President McKinley, 1902 serves as the first year in office for the first Jewish president of the United States, Roosevelt. The Great Seal of the United States of America with the phoenix is recast to look like an eagle. So, the Great Seal is changed after a Jewish takeover of the United States of America. The phoenix is removed and a carry-on bird, the eagle, the bald eagle, is made the Great Seal. Exactly what the founding fathers did not want. So England mourned the death of Queen Victoria, her reign long recognized as the height of British international power, her death emblematic of England's decline. Arthur James Balfour is made Prime Minister of Great Britain on through 1905. His Jewish pedigree is kept a secret. He was the force behind the Balfour Declaration that declared Jewish settlement rights in Palestine. The city of Washington, D.C. is planned out and the capital scheme is worked and reworked employing Masonic designs. Remember, I've showed you guys the material, and if you follow me on X, I've shown all the proof that Freemasonry was founded and absolutely created and financed by Jews. In June, the world's first fast food restaurant opened, a cafeteria-styled automat in Philadelphia. Whole meals were obtained from coin-operated slots and glass displays. The national park system was begun in 1902. Paul Warburg traveled to the United States to lay down the foundation of the economic takeover of the U.S. economy by the European Rothschild banking dynasty to prepare the U.S. Rothschild agents in their conspiracy to foist the Federal Reserve System on the American people. Yeah, that's a big one there. 1778 is 124 years to 1902 and 124 years to 2026. We are dealing with cycles and epicycles, and we have seen how thematic they are. And the last one's interesting. 1946 is 80 years to 2026. We've already seen 80. 80 is one of the major calendrical numbers. It's 80 years to 2026 this year. And this year of 2026 is 80 years till the end of the calendar in 2106, the year 6000 of the old Annus Mundi system. It's not the end of the world, but it is the 6000th year of a very ancient calendar. So 80 years before 2026, the League of Nations is formally dissolved, and the United Nations begins its first year. Zionist terrorists bomb the British Palestine Army Command at the King David Hotel in Jerusalem. The British in Palestine arrest many leading Zionists, and they retaliate by detonating a bomb in the King David Hotel where the British military quarters were situated. So 80 years before 2026, the League of Nations is formally dissolved. 80 years into the future from our date is supposed to be the return of the chief cornerstone, 2106, who dissolves all the power of the nations. In the Jewish eschatology, we have the empire of gold, silver, brass, and then iron with iron mixed with a miry clay. And then at the end, the stone uncut by human hands comes and hits the world like a plow and resets the field. All human kingdoms are done away and the stone kingdom begins. This is in Jewish eschatology. This is what's in the Old Testament in the Bible. Nebuchadnezzar II was the head of gold, then Persia, then Macedonia, then the iron legs of Rome, then the 10 kingdoms of Europe were iron mixed with miry clay. The miry clay was that they were the blood of Israel mixed with the iron of the nations. So this last one is really compelling, especially considering 2106 and everything that we have in the field charge for that date and what it means in like biblical prophecy, whether it's true or not. So having seen these three, we still got one more to check out. What is this? What are y'all looking at right now? Let me get that. Stop that screen. All right. Okay, so that's three entirely different ways to look at the same thing, 2026. Everything connected to 2026. But we have something else. I'm going to show that to you. It's pretty interesting too. All right. Did you say hi, Jason? Jasmine? Did you just get here? No, you've been here for a while. You had to. You don't ever miss a beat. So I done did all that talking, and I haven't drank any water. Just been drinking coffee. So now we get to some juicy stuff. So the world never ended after any of these events. Some of these events that we discussed were major events that were critical for the time. And yeah, a lot of people died. There was all kinds of demographic changes, but the world continued on. Christianity continued on. Western nations continued on. Cities, communities, nationalities continued on. Everything continues. There's just hiccups in the field. 2026 is going to be no different. This is not an end all. It never is. Even in the worst parts of World War II, most of the world was unaffected. Yeah, it was bad for the people in the theater of war. Real bad. It's always bad for people in the theater of war, but the rest of the world continues on just fine. So 2026 is going to be the same way. But in the calendrics, as I've shown you from three different methods, there are certain themes that can't be ignored that are attached to 2026. One of them is a massive amount of hostility in two different ways, unfolding in two different ways. It is Christian and Islam. It is East and West, but it is Christianity and Islam erupting into violence. But there's also something added to this. It's Islam and Judaism at odds. It's also Christianity and Judaism at odds. The field is supercharged. And we read the field by studying calendrics. But the field for 2026 is supercharged for a massive amount of worldwide anti-Semitic behavior. I think when it happens, it's going to be like a domino effect. Judaism is going to find itself with its back against the wall, unable to operate and move freely in Muslim countries. They're going to find themselves neutralized in a lot of Western countries as well. So this is what the field is showing. The field is literally showing that we're moving into a period just like those times in the past when people were fed up and the ability to play both ends from the middle is not working. See, I've explained this in the past. We're at a critical juncture in history because as long as the parasite is a minority, the parasite host relationship runs just fluid. And a lot of times the host, who is bountiful, wealthy, doing just fine, the host culture and nation doesn't even really recognize that there is a parasite siphoning off their wealth. Doesn't even know it. And this is most of America during the 1910s, 20s, 30s, 40s. There was a hiccup with the Great Depression, but all through you know, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, even the early thousands. Even many Americans today don't have a clue of the things we're talking about right now. They do not understand how the world really works. The problem, though, is since World War II, there's been this massive amount of peace for the parasite culture. What happens when there's nothing to fear? When there's nothing that would restrict your freedoms, you grow, you multiply. Where we're at in 2026 right now is the fact that the world is waking up to the fact that though many people already know about the parasite host relationship, it's now become obvious that the parasite isn't a minority anymore. If there are that many of them populating that many countries and that means they've become a spread out majority. And a spread out majority cannot siphon off the wealth of host nations and still remain undetected. They can't. There's also a self-fulfilling prophecy that's unfolding before our eyes right now. That self-fulfilling prophecy is in the form of hubris. So the silent minority that is powerfully siphoning off the wealth and energy of a host culture nation, after they've done it for so long, they become very contemptuous. And they don't even realize the precariousness of their own situation until it's too late. The hubris is hatred and disdain for the host, a total lack of respect for the host. But the parasite culture had this hubris becomes ingrained, and it's taught from children, and every generation of children of the parasite culture, literally it becomes brainwashed into believing that they're superior and they're better in every way because of their subterfuge and the way they've gotten away with things for so long. But it creates a false security. Over and over and over, the parasite host relationship has created an imbalance because they went too far for too long, and that's where we're at right now. And they don't know how to deal with it, and it's coming out all over social media. This aggression, this hubris, and all over social media. Jewish accounts are literally talking down, to everyone else, assuming that you're a moron or an idiot or gaslighting the shit out of you, when it's so obvious now to those who look what's really happening. So in the field, according to the historical record and everything that we just reviewed in this video, the field is charging right now for a series of major events, because there is no way that the parasite host relationship, which is a gradual build to an untenable situation, can ever be fixed by a gradual fix or relief to get back to its normal. That's not how nature works. Once the problem is there, it's there. It doesn't get fixed, not without a catalyst. That's what the calendrics are showing. The calendrics are showing that although Islam and Christianity will be at variance, Islam and Judaism is about to be at variance as well. And Christianity and Judaism is going to be at variance as well. Not just from religious perspectives, but also socio-political. It's become so obvious, but we have to take in consideration. Some of y'all mistake the whole Albert Pike Masizi plan. Y'all misquoted a lot on social media. That Third World War, the First World War, went down exactly like they said it would. So did the Second. They wanted to take down the Romanovs in Russia and turn Russia into an atheist state. They did that. They wanted to take down the Germany and punish the Germans. Oh, they did that. Yeah, they marched. Yeah, even after the war in 1946, they marched 5 million Germans, men, women, and child, into Russia. No one knows until this day what happened to those people. They didn't become Russians. Yeah, so it's And it was the Jewish Bolsheviks that took them after they exterminated 66 million white Christian Russians. Yeah, in the next World War, that was World War One. In the next World War, World War Two, they did all kinds of things to the Germans. But there's rumors out of Russia of what happened to those people, but no, there's just nothing confirmed. So anyway, in looking at the calendrics, we see that Islam is going to get fired up about something. And we see that Iran, look how many times Iran came up in these calendrics, in these numbers, in all three different methods of analysis. We have Islam and Iran and Israel and a Western nation all having high energy signatures in the calendrics. We have violence, and we have something interesting. How many of these dates were all dates that Jews were expelled from countries? Yeah, there's it. That was pretty compelling. It's all in the field. 2026. So 2026 is also powerful to the. There was a lot of things about England in there. Paid attention to all three data sets. There was all kinds of things about England. England and America go hand in hand. I mean, the United States came from the Anglo-Saxons of England, but there was a lot of English stuff in there, like Egbert, the very beginning of the English crown, and the English defending off foreigners over and over. That came up. The English defending themselves against foreigners, and now it's Muslims and migrants and all kinds of things in the field. There seems to be closure in these calendrics because these numbers represent cycles. Smaller numbers are epicycles within the bigger cycles. Like 138 is a cycle. 138 is an epicycle. A big cycle would be 552. It's called the Phoenix cycle, but it's literally 4 of the Phoenix periods of 138 years each. So the cursed earth period is 414 years, but it's 3 periods of 138. So the pre-flood world in Genesis was 1656 years, but it's literally 12 138-year periods. Over and over, we saw in these calendrics major cycles coming to a close. So if you pay attention to what started the cycle, what you have at the end of the cycle is the opposite of what was initiated. If you have the beginning of something, now you have the end. If you have the end of something, if something was closure, what started the cycle, then that means that's undone at the end of the cycle. And what I've noticed in there throughout all this stuff is a relief. It seems like England is the focus of 2 things. One, maybe I guess I want to say it's Islam. I guess you say Muslim. Islam and Jewish energy in England, but it's like the rise of the English people. It's in the calendrics. It's very clear in the calendrics that, hey, you know what? It's like England's getting a do-over. That's the best way for me to put it. England's getting a do-over. And I feel that 2026, something may happen in England. They may they may deal with their migrant population deal. There may be a total withdrawal of Jewish interests out of England, which would totally change England. Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you now, it's 100% Jewish what happened to England. England's been beat down all the way, and it's all of Jewish design, Jewish intrigues. It goes back centuries. So you guys can thank Oliver Cromwell across the pond for exacerbating those conditions. But the calendrics are very clear that England seems to be getting a restart, a do-over, and that by extension, so is the United States. This is not the end. Yeah, 2026 isn't marking the end at all. But it looks like in the calendrics, it looks like the United States may be a heavy participant. I don't know how heavy they are in. I know a bunch of stuff's happening over there right now. I don't know to what extent, but I have prediction videos that go back 5 years. When I was studying the calendrics on the United States and different other countries, it was very clear to me that I said this, many of you heard these videos, but I said that in the near future, and Trump, and the Trump is a part of these videos. I mentioned Trump over and over. I said, in the calendrics, it looks like the United States is going to do a military operation, and for some reason, we are going to get shocked back into minding our own damn business. And we are going to pull our militaries back to continental North America. We're going to regroup. We are going to get rid of all the problems in the United States. We're going to internalize our economy, and we are going to be superpower rich because we're no longer sending billions and billions and billions overseas. And that Trump was somehow connected to this. These were my predictions videos from 5 years ago. How many of you remember seeing those videos? Some of those videos may be in the members only now because they're very old videos. But this was all 5 and 6 years ago. I was releasing these predictions videos saying the United States is going to become isolationist, and it's because of military I specifically said that we're going to do something stupid, and it's going to wake us up. The United States is not going to be taken over. We're not going to lose our sovereignty, but we're actually going to do something that's going to wake us up, and we're going to pull back, and we're going to internalize and stop saving the world, or stop oppressing the world. And all this was 5 years ago when I made these predictions videos, but something's telling me that 2026 may be the year these things rapidly unfold, and that Trump may be a participant, but not like you think. Not like you think. He may be a major participant in events in 2026 in a negative way. Yeah, a lot of people look at him favorably and positive. I do not. Yeah, he's a puppet, but he's a puppet absolutely controlled by Israel. So he may be removed from office. I don't know. I'm not making that prediction. I'm just saying he may not even make it to the end of his presidency. I don't know. But I'm seeing 2026 as being a year like, yeah, there's going to be violence. Yeah, Islam and Christianity are going to go at it. Yeah, Islam and Judaism are going to go at it. Yeah. Or I say Islam and Israel are going to go at it. Yeah. Christianity is also going to start pushing back against Israel real hard. I see it. It's all on the field. I don't know what event's going to start. What the catalyst is going to be, but in those predictions videos, I also said that I see a scenario where, and I was talking about the migrants and the sleeper cells 4 years ago with many guests, and I envisioned scenarios where people in intersections unable to get anywhere. Remember I said this? I said, guys, it's going to be situations like this all over America. It's going to be a short period of time, but they're going to be terrorist attacks all over America. They're just going to erupt. And these sleeper cells have all been put here for a very specific reason. But this isn't a dark future. These are dark events. But if people, people might get machine gunned in an intersection. There's nowhere to go. You're in a seatbelt. You're stuck in there. All of a sudden, dude pulls out an assault rifle. Yeah, these are events that were probably going to erupt fast. But it's going to take a catalyst. It's going to take Israel to do something very, very stupid, and the entire Muslim world will react. That stupid event may have already happened. It may have already happened, and we're just waiting till the end of Ramadan. I don't know. But what I'd see discharging into the field for America, for the United States, and for Britain, I see that there's going to be a massive pressure release. It's in the calendrics. It's a restart. It's a new period of awakening and patriotism, and it's going to grow and it's going to get strong, and there's going to be a modicum of freedom that comes back. I see this. It's probably going to be right after a very violent episode that lasts for a few weeks, lockdowns and shit like that. But there isn't enough migrants in the UK to take the UK. There isn't enough migrants in the United States to take the United States. It's just not going to happen. It can be violent for a short period of time, but I'm seeing a bigger scenario unfold. A much bigger scenario is unfolding because just there's no way to see AI in the calendrics other than the fact that we're in an AI system now. But it's people think this massive darkness is ahead of us and it's going to get worse and worse and worse. I do not see that. In no way can I see that in the calendrics. I instead I see a period where it seems like all the pressure is released. It's all released, and it's like a holding period, and it's probably going to be a major event where something or somebody decides for us that none of our rulers can be trusted. Every government is corrupt, and I'm not opposed to the idea of them ushering in a 100% false Jesus, a false Jesus that comes in and corrects everything, and everybody's all for it, and the violence mounting to the point where there's war all over the world. It's not a very long war, it doesn't involve a lot, but it's blown up by the media and the news, and then all that gets assuaged quick by some type of an event, because there seems to be a huge pressure release in 2026, not a building of problems. That might just happen in the first quarter, but it seems like a pressure release where I mean, the only ones that really look like they're effed up through 2026, it looks like Israel. It looks like Israel and Jews and the calendrics are getting it bad in 2026. Does not look like that for anybody else. But I haven't looked at every country. You have to take that in consideration. I just haven't looked. I mean, this right here was just this entire analysis began with the advent of Islam. The only thing I studied in this calendric analysis that provided 3 different data sets was Islam. When did it start, and all the events after that are only touching the major calendrical numbers. There's many hundreds of events in there I didn't even mention, but they weren't connected to 2026. You can use the exact same method of analysis that I showed you using those numbers to 2027. And when you do, it opens up an entirely different series of historical events that all need to be analyzed all over again. Every single year, you can use the same template of numbers to see, because we live in a holographic reality, and it obeys rules. It has strictures. And once you understand its coding, it has predictive value. But I see the English, which by extension, the UK, I see them celebrating this year. I see them like, man, they're happy as hell about something this year. Also, the United States is like reborn this year. Something happens. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with any of that. I don't know. I don't see anything favorable really happening for Israel. Just a bunch of conflict, a bunch of bad news. I don't know. The calendrics kind of show a rise of Islam. There's no doubt, but it seems like Islam's fighting on multiple fronts, and it is Christianity and the Jews. So there was also some of those dates that are connected to financial markets, like 1902 and 1778. There was another date in the 1800s when we switched over to the gold standard. It was one of those years. Yeah, I can't really remember. But I have a fourth deal that you need to see. Share screen. Because this is all right now. This is super relevant right now. Oh, do I need to increase the size a little bit? So, let me show you. On February 28th of this year, which was the last day of the actual year, on February 28th, 2026. Remember, February 28th is the 5th day of the Terminalia. The last 5 days of February were added to the calendar because of a cataclysm. The original year was only 360 days. Now, you're going to have a lot of historians and uniformitarians that think they're educated and are not, try to tell you that the year has always been 365.25 days. But as a historian who has actually showed the receipts, I have showed that every culture in this world had a 360-day year. Didn't even know of a 365-day year. The epigonal days didn't even exist, and they only appeared after a very significant thing was seen in the sky, and it was affected all over the world, and the moon changed its movement. And ever since then, we've had to add 5.25 days to the calendar. And it took over a century to a century and a half for all the cultures in the world to catch up. It took over a century to figure out, man, it's exactly 5.25 days. So, having said all that, February 28th, 2026, Israel attacked Iran with missiles. We all know this. It was 3 days ago. It's all over social media. If you don't get to see good footage of it, all you got to do is go to X, go to Twitter, and just look around and just use the search feature, and it will take you to hundreds of videos of people in Israel filming the rockets come in. So, February 28th, 2026, Israel attacked Iran with missiles. This new Israel-American assault on Iran was 690 days, 138 times 5, after Israel conducted an airstrike on Lebanon, killing a Muslim senior commander. The same day as the April 8th eclipse over North America. Remember the video I did on the April 8th eclipse? And I showed you how the eclipse is connected to all these other times when the American government, working with Pfizer, was actually, engaged in programs basically to off Americans. So, connected to the Purge franchise movies. So this is 690 days, which is 138 times 5. From the April 8th eclipse that we all was worried about over North America, that formed an X over North America from a previous eclipse, is the exact same day that Israel did an airstrike on Lebanon, killing a Muslim senior commander. 690 days before February 28th. But February 28th attack on Iran was also 350 days, which is 50 weeks exactly. It was 350 days since the Purim lunar eclipse on March 14th, 2025. Purim is a Jewish holiday celebrating the murder of Persians, Iranians, described in the biblical book of Ruth. You can't make this shit up. This is an eclipse. This is an eclipse. This is the eclipse of Purim, and Purim is about killing Iranians. Can't make it up. So this new assault on Iran on February 28th is 260 days after Israel launched missile strikes at Iran on June 13th. Yeah, they shot a bunch of missiles into Iran on June 13th of last year. It was all over the news. June 13th, 2025, 260 days. This is a Mayan cycle from 2028 right here. So lastly, this February 28th missile attacks was 150 days after Iran shot 180 to 200 missiles at Israel on October 1st. Remember, last year was pretty interesting. People taking shots at the president. Charlie Kirk goes down. Iran and Israel are lodging missiles at each other throughout the year. That's 150 days. So here are the three numbers. 690 days from the April 8th eclipse. 350 days from the Purim eclipse. 260 days from just launching missiles, and 150 days from, again, launching missiles. These numbers here are pretty interesting, but these numbers represent the date, February 28th, 3 days ago. I couldn't help but notice that if you just add 10 days to three of the ones involving Israel, this is what you get. The 690 becomes 700 days exactly. The 350 becomes 360 days exactly, and the 260 becomes 270. These are major calendrics numbers. Adding 10 days to the only date that Iran shot missiles at Israel gives us 160. It is not. Yeah, the Iran date is not empowered by adding 10 days. But if you add 10 days to all these, it brings us to another date after February 28th, a date that is within a week from now. Analyzing these numbers brings us to the conclusion that adding 10 days to them all brings us to 700 days since the huge eclipse over America and Israeli airstrike on Lebanon. 360 days since the Purim lunar eclipse. Purim involves killing your Iranians of 2025. And 270 days after Israel launched missiles at Iran on June 13th. So all three of these major numbers, 700, 360, and 270, concern Israeli aggression. The fourth number, 150, becomes 160, which is not a major calendrical number. Adding these 10 days gives us March 8th, 2026. It appears as Israeli aggression, and if correct, this would have serious implications because March 8th is during Ramadan, with 10 days left in the Muslim holy day. It's not a holy day, it's a period of time. So I'm not predicting anything for March 8th, but I am showing that in the calendrics, it's major as far as very recent events, all involving missile attacks. So it's big, but it's also during Ramadan. So I don't know. I know this. I know that the entire world will be in uproar. If during Ramadan somebody missiles the Dome of the Rock. The entire world would be in uproar. Islam is everywhere. That would not be containable. I mean, it would be over pretty fast in a lot of Western countries and stuff, but it would still, it would bleed over. Israel would not be able to survive that. So also, I did notice that there was a massive amount there was a huge exodus. Remember, 2026 is connected in time space to Exodus. Exodus is a departure from one region to another, fleeing something. So there has been, I don't know if you guys have been following this, but on X, they have been showing the planes. There has been a massive exodus of people from Israel just getting the hell out. Of course, it would be obvious that, oh, okay, well, Iran's sending missiles over here, so we need to go. I get it. But what if it's more than that? What if all of this is being choreographed? Every bit of it. And they already know what's about to happen. It's all being choreographed. It's just on the world stage, and they're about to do something with that area. Remember, they've already got real estate developers salivating over the fact that they leveled Gaza, the Golan Heights, all this whole area, all the way to the sea, prime real estate, all open. And yet so much of Tel Aviv and so much of Israel is also a bunch of old buildings and old stuff. If they've already got all this area leveled, and this area is packed full of archaeological provenance, all underneath the ground, they're always bulldozing stuff up. What if this is all by design, getting everybody of import all the way out because they know what they're about to do and probably blame it on somebody else? I don't know. I'm just theorizing. But exodus is already happening from Israel. Yeah, there's been hundreds of planes packed with people, maybe thousands of flights by now. This is 2 days ago I saw this. So, I mean, they have somewhere to go. Everybody knows they can go to Ukraine, the ancient kingdom of Khazar. Everybody knows they can go. They can always go back there. Now, I don't know. I'm just speculating. But we have Muslim, Christian, and Jewish violence slated for 2026. We also have British British, American, and a lot of Western relief in 2026. It's all in the field. It's all in the calendrics. We have like Jewish, it's like Jewish governmental oppression and financial oppression, in the calendrics, but it seems like it's discharged in 2026. So what could possibly happen on the world scene that all of a sudden this financial parasite host relationship is done with? It's over with. I don't know. I don't really research finances enough to know what's even going on. I'm just looking at calendrics. So in the calendrics, 2026 doesn't look as dark as I'm seeing on social media. A lot of people talk about World War III and all this. It does not look as dark. There may be battles. There may be shit that goes on in the field. There may be all kinds of things, but it seems like a releasing of a massive amount of pressure that is built up for a long period of time, and people are fed up, and there seems to be a reversal of this in this year. In this year, people have cause to celebrate. In this year, people are like, damn, man, all this shit's over with, or damn, I can't believe all this time they've been doing that. So I don't know. But it's also in the cards that we are being played. It's in the cards that they want the population to know how evil, how seditious, how nefarious our rulers are. Believe me, guys, there's nothing that would ever appear on the internet, social media, or on YouTube videos if they didn't want it out. Nothing. They have absolute iron fist control of everything that's released into social media. There are algorithms already into play. There are AI watchdogs already in play. If you think you're releasing something super controversial on X or on Facebook, you're not. You're doing what they want you to do, because right now, in the apocalypse period, our controllers literally want us to know everything. They want us to see all the participants, whoever's doing what, every bit of it's being put out there, because they're going to offer us a solution. And we're going to take it. As a collective, as a human collective, we're going to take it. And it's in the agreement. There's going to be a great period of peace, a great period of prosperity. Remember, 5 years ago, I was telling you guys, we're heading to a very, it's going to hit people by storm. It's going to be a whole new economy. It's going to hit people by storm, what they can do, the freedoms they have. Everything in the field has been to convince you of a 2030 agenda. Everything in the field has been to convince you that it's dark. Yeah. Everything in the field is to convince you that you may as well just commit suicide, because it's just going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. Everything in the field has been telling you the exact opposite of the truth. Why do you believe the media when it has been shown that they have told us the exact opposite of the truth about everything? If they have painted every good as bad and evil, why do you believe the evil that comes from mainstream media? Why? In the calendrics, we have a peace and prosperity time coming up. But in order to get there, what we are acknowledging as evil, pedophile governors, pedophile senators, congressmen, presidents, cabinet members, whatever, we are now as a collective acknowledging, man, this has been going on for a long time. Look, we've seen it all. We've seen it all. The writing has been on the wall. They've been showing and they've been revealing it to us because they want us to know. It is in recognition of this darkness that they're going to be able to provide us a false light. It's going to be so ingenious and clever, we're not going to recognize it as a false light, except for the few of us that are really awakened. Luciferian philosophy isn't about bringing a horned devil into the world to rule over. Yeah, that's all the bullshit you see on social media. The Albert Pike Mazzini plan for World War I and World War II came to pass exactly. And when it comes to World War III, it was not about the end of America. United States isn't even mentioned in the plan. Not like Russia and Germany were. Britain's not even mentioned in the plan. The third phase, the Third World War, is a very different type of world war. It was pitting Islam and Zionism against each other. Yeah. But it was recognized in there that the stupid Christian Reich, well, not Reich, but the Christian right would definitely side with Zionism because they're stupid. They have no idea that the very people they call the children of God are actually hate their guts. But that's Christianity. Not all Christians. A lot of people have waken up. A lot of people are awake now. But still, in that plan, the plan doesn't call for an end of the world. Far from it. The Freemasonic plan, which is being executed through the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers and everybody else, this plan is genius because we know that these people are nefarious, that they're evil. They're going to make it look like they're taking them down. They're going to make it look like that they're doing away with their evil and all that. And people are going to love it. They're going to love it. Heads will roll. People are going to love it. But to usher in Luciferianism isn't bringing in a character that would be recognized as evil. True Luciferianism is providing a substitute for the Savior. The Lucifer doctrine means they're going to bring an angel of light in who is going to literally convince most of the world that he is the very Savior and deity that they've all acknowledged in their own cultural ways. He is the Ahura Mazda. He is Quetzalcoatl. He is Varuna. He is Loki, Odin. Whatever you want him, he's going to be all things to all people. He's going to heal. He's going to do all these things. He's going to be Jesus Christ, the fulfillment. He's going to literally do everything that's in the gospel. And the Luciferians are going to paint us the picture that we got it all wrong from the beginning. And the Luciferians are literally going to use the Christian power in order, like they've been using the Jews, they're going to switch it over to using Christians as their power base, because they're going to gaslight Christianity into saying, you guys faith, your faith has it right, except for one point. The gospel is prophecy. It never happened. This guy here is the fulfillment of the gospel. And then he goes about the world doing the exact things that are he feeds the 5,000. He resurrects the dead. He cures the blind. He appears in public in different countries and people touch him and they get healed. The true Luciferian doctrine is providing the world a substitute, scapegoating God. And he's going to fool everybody. He's going to have all the things to say. He's going to look the part. He's going to look the part. And almost all of Christianity is going to believe the strong delusion. Why? Because they still know their Bible verses. They say faith. Christians still get to claim that the New Testament is true. They still get to default to the gospel. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. What they plan to do is so incredible. They're going to fulfill what never happened in the gospel. I've shown on my channel, citing all the first century authors' works that we have survived today and secondary works that quote the first century authors for whose works we no longer have. And I have proved my point that there are no early writers in the first century that knew this story. Further, there was never a sun darkening and earthquake over Jerusalem in the 30 through 36 AD window. He was supposed to have been crucified at 33 AD. The sun darkened. It stayed dark for 2 hours in the gospel. That's not an eclipse. But they're going to do it, and they're going to do it in perfection. They're going to usher in a badass time of peace. They only got 14 more years to do this, guys. They're going to do it way before the 14 years, way before. They're going to deal with the synagogue of Satan. This is their plan. This is the Luciferian plan. They have to deal with the synagogue of Satan. This is the parasite-host relationship where the true movers and shakers, the black rockers of the parasite, now literally use the host to cull the parasite to something super small to where it can't be detected anymore. Same thing that the Jews did to their own people in World War II under Nazism. They sacrificed them. They could have paid to get them all out of there. They didn't. Adolf Hitler multiple times appealed to the World Jewish Congress saying, I will send these at my expense anywhere in the world you want to go. And they all blocked their borders and they wouldn't let him do it. Most of you don't even know World War II history. So the Luciferians intend to bring a real Jesus, and he's going to say all the right things in every language in the world, in every culture that has a religion. They're going to get sucked into it, and he's going to literally fulfill Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the book of Revelation. And when the Phoenix returns in May 16th of 2040, that's when he'll be crucified, because that's when the sun darkens. It's the sixth seal of the apocalypse. And this is the ushering in of the strong delusion of the book of Revelation, which warns about the synagogue of Satan. He's going to do away with the synagogue of Satan, this Jewish element that rules over the entire world. And the entire world is going to see him as the savior. This is Luciferian doctrine. It is the ultimate spiritual betrayal. It is bringing in a false Jesus. This is the Antichrist. Anti doesn't mean against. Anti is Latin and it means instead of. This is the true Antichrist. And in 2040 and 14 years from now, at the end of his ministry, he is going to be crucified. And he's going to fulfill what's in the Gospels, that he cries out to God, Lama, Lama, Sabachthani. My God, why have you forsaken me? He's going to say it just like in the Gospels. And the entire Christian world is going to be on fire. Going to be on fire because their faith has been vindicated. Their vantage point was different. They were thinking the Gospels were history. And Jesus was long ago. But he's going to come and tell them straight out, where in my word did I ever say there was a second coming? Because it's nowhere in the Bible. That is Christian myth, that there were two comings. It's always been one. And he's going to sell it to the Christian world, and they're going to buy it. They're going to buy it. And then the Christian world is going to go on. It's going to go on a rampage like this world has never seen. Because the enemy then is going to be whoever is considered to be the synagogue of Satan, because they killed the Christ. Yeah. That after 2040, all that's going to erupt. But when the sun darkens in May 16th, 2040, those new to my channel, you don't know, I have an entire playlist and many published books about this one date, May 16th, 2040. The Phoenix phenomenon, every 138 years, and this is a big one. It's third magnitude. Sun will go dark. And the moon will turn as blood, and stones will fall from the sky, and there will be earthquakes, and that's when they're going to crucify the Luciferian Christ. Albert Pike and Mazzini were very specific. World War III is not the end of Christianity. It's an exhausting of Christianity to be able to move it into Luciferianism. And Lucifer is the Antichrist, the instead of Christ. He is the light bringer. He's going to fool everybody. And the book of Revelation calls it the strong delusion. It's so easy to see once you see it. But yeah, for those, I'm seeing those misquotes all over social media about World War III was supposed to be the end of everything. World War III is supposed to be the end of Christianity, the end of the United States of America. The United States even mentioned in the Mazzini plan. It's not. It's the end. It's the end of anybody relying on independent cultural religions, because Luciferianism is all about bringing in a light bringer who ends religion. It's the false Christ. And he's going to have a ministry, and he's going to have this beautiful, awesome, utopian society, and society is going to change overnight, and it's going to be literally a great reset. and it's going to be awesome, and people are going to be like, and this is exactly what we have in biblical eschatology. People will be marrying, they will be eating and drinking, they will be marrying, they will be given in marriage, they'll be doing all these things normal societies do when they're in peace. And then all of a sudden the end comes, because the end begins with the sixth seal, the sudden darkening. So for those of you who don't know about the sixth seal, you really need to see my Phoenix playlist, because it will, if you're new to my channel, it will blow your mind. You will learn more about the true historical record with actual ancient texts and all kinds of books to look up and cite to verify, because I'm real big on that. But this is where it's going. They are literally showing us all the evil in order for it to be exposed, for us to feel helpless. You have to understand, this is what this is all about. It's done intentionally so you feel helpless. That's necessary for the Luciferian doctrine. They need the entire world to feel like there's just no hope. These evil people, torture and eat these kids, and they get away with it, and nobody's getting prosecuted, and nobody's going to Guantanamo Bay, and nobody is accountable for their actions, and everybody's vibrating on this frequency of, damn, man, what the hell? God hasn't done a damn thing, and these people just get away with it over and over and over and over. That's where they've already brought us there. We're there now. And then they create a solution, an epic conflict that pits the religions of the world against each other. That's World War III. But it doesn't do away with the nations. It doesn't do away with the peoples. Peoples continue. People continue. Nations continue all through every conflict. But people get exacerbated. Judaism doesn't have the answers. Christianity doesn't have the answers. Islam doesn't have the answers. None of them. None of the big three Abrahamic. People start looking everywhere else, but nothing works. No one's held accountable. And then all of a sudden, a catalyst happens, and a light bringer appears among the human family. And then he makes world news. And next thing you know, he's doing some incredible things. And then people, probably Christians, are going to be the first ones to point out, holy shit, that's in the book of Matthew. Holy crap, that's in the book of Luke. I say, wait a minute. Isn't that in John? And then he even does things that are found by scholars and known by scholars that are only in the Apocrypha, in the pseudepigraphical text, in the lost books of Eden. And then he starts saying things and doing things that it's like he's living out the very things that have been found in all these hermetic texts, all these strictures of the gnosis. And it's like, and everybody accepts him. He has become all things to all people. And it's the Luciferian plan. And the Luciferian plan unfolds immediately after World War III. But World War III isn't necessarily a world war like World War II. Yeah, there's going to be military action. Yeah, there's going to be stuff like that. But it's more of a battle of the mind with some military operations going on here and there. But it's more of a neighborhood conflict, where things are happening in your immediate vicinity because the world's become a melting pot. And Muslims, Christians, and Jews are all tightly fitted in all these little societies together now. So pretty interesting. So we need to look at March 8th. But that's my presentation, guys. I think it went 4 hours and 17 minutes. Wow. That's my presentation. I'm still not seeing the dark. And even though the Luciferian plan is going to bring absolute peace and prosperity to the human family, which is required for the sixth seal. The sixth seal is a period after all this conflict is over with. And the whole world enters this period, and it's because they have a shepherd. He's a false shepherd, but they still have a shepherd. And the sixth seal of the apocalypse is the return of the Phoenix phenomenon, when the sun darkens, and they're going to time the crucifixion of Lucifer with that event. Which means long before that event, all this shit has to get wrapped up and finished. But that's my presentation, guys. I don't see 2026 as dark as I'm seeing a lot of people present. Looking at the calendrics, it's like a release pressure valve for a lot of people, but it looks like a lot of bad news for Jews. All right. I haven't really been paying attention to the chat. I can't. When I'm doing a presentation like that, I really can't look at the chat. But I don't worked up an appetite. Man, I worked up an appetite. Thank you, Danny Smith. I've always been high energy. I got a lot of energy right now. Even after this presentation, I got a bunch of energy. So I will tell you in the description box. I'm going to cover this one more time. In the description box, if you're interested in Cipher, we don't really advertise it anywhere. We don't advertise it anywhere. I just mention it on YouTube every once in a while. We never like having a bunch of people come in at one time because it's like a family and everybody educates each other and we show exactly what to do. Cipher is expensive. It's expensive because you have access to the 11th upgrade of date sequence predictive analytics and you can download it to your computer as soon as you enter the group. So that's why there's expense here. Also, everybody involved in Cipher will have the final app. And I just received the news from my coder that he's already mentally getting ready to engage on the app project. We're going to turn it in. We're going to turn the first app. So anybody who's a member of Cipher actually gets the final product as well. So we're doing. It's awesome what we're doing there, but it's in Cipher that I just recently did a really deep breakdown on manifestation. And it's such a bad taste in my mouth because I'm not a guru. I'm putting myself into that position. My community asked me to do that. But I do have a 5-step formula and it's infallible. It is amazing. But it's only because it only works because you have to first admit a few things about the world we're in. Because if you're still holding on to that uniformitarian mindset, none of this will work for you. It's not going to work for you because you have bought into a lie about our reality, which actually changes your identity. But in Cipher, I had just done a really compelling video. I do a video once a week in Cipher. So I did a video showing them the 5 methods of manifestation. So the email for Cipher is in a deal, but also Archaic's Underground is where my community is at. This is my public community, so there's a lot of things I don't talk about, don't say. Well, Archaic's Underground, I got my research in there. I've got hundreds of PDFs of old books, audio files for my videos. We got Aaron's personals. We have so many different things. It's like a whole bunch of websites all put together, but it's a platform. But Archaic's Underground, the link for that is in the description box. In Archaic's Underground, we do Chat Tuesdays, which is a live video where just a few hundred people and me engage. Instead of like this, where it's a couple thousand, it's just a few hundred people and me, and we go deep, and everybody who wants to comes on the screen. And we talk about whatever. Sometimes we talk about things we can't talk about on YouTube. But Archaic's Underground, it's called Chat Tuesdays. This Tuesday, I'm going hard on the manifestation workshop. Like I said, it was my community that asked me to do this. Otherwise, I'm not with it. I have a We Immortals playlist where I describe, who we are in this reality and how we make reality work for us. All that's in We Immortals playlist. But the actual method and just real deep analysis on this is what my community asked me for. So I gave it to them in Cipher, and now I'm going to give it to them in Archaic's Underground. But we're going to do a whole workshop where I bring people on the screen with me. They're going to tell me exactly what it is they're trying to do, and I'm going to give them the method and exactly what they need to do to get to make it happen. Because we live in a magical construct. It is a beautiful thing. This reality is awesome. And it's one of the greatest secrets that have been kept from the plebeians, because our controllers know these things. And that's why they get away. That's why the media does what it does. It literally creates the very reality that it fictionalizes. So this is what I'm doing on Chat Tuesdays. And if you want to join the Underground, it's $5 a month, $5.50 a month. The link is in the description box. And the last piece of news you need to know is I'm done with the Shopify stuff. It's just not me. I'm not commercializing my channel. I've already removed it from YouTube. Now it's just a website, Shopify. If you want any of the last items on there, Cheryl is deleting everything off the website as it sells out. But if you go to the Shopify, the link is in the description box. If you want Archaic's merch and whatever, it's in this. I'm not doing it anymore. I may hook up with somebody in the future that will do all this for me, but I'm not doing it anymore because it detracts from my message. It takes away from my time to be able to spend with you guys. All I want to do is videos and research. I don't want to do all this ancillary stuff. So Anyway, that's it. That's about it. I'm done with my announcements. All the links are in the description box, and I'm gonna find me a song that that's vibrating on my frequency right now. On my frequency. How I feel right now. See what we got here. What we got here. I do like this song. I really like this song, man.
This sim don't come with no instructions.